elixir. What the fuck is this shit, bro? Hello, hello. Settings, audio. Hello. Okay.
These two worlds are connected, like a pair of twins. For one to survive, the other must be sacrificed.
found anything?
Just a special ID card. Nothing else that I can see.
Roger that. I'm on
I
my
don't
way.
care who it is.
Keep in touch.
It's so unstable.
Shelia, an unidentified unit is heading toward the laboratory. Shelia, are you okay? Hang on.
So this is the control system. There may still be time. Huh? No way.
Long time no see, Shelia.
Carter, why are you...
I advise you to stay out of this matter. Wake was as stubborn as you are.
What the hell happened here?
is gonna be gay.
All these soldiers' remains. What happened here?
Don't work.
All these soldiers' remains. What happened here? All these soldiers' remains. What happened here? Oh shit! An ambush! So there really is a substance that can regenerate life, just like the doctor said. They're finally down. But how do I get out of here? The murals on the wall must be connected to these symbols on the ground. These symbols on the rotating disc must be the key. How does this work? Nailed it. dark in here. I need to turn on my flashlight. Is that Carter's men? It looks like they've found the beam, too. I have to hurry and catch up.
Intruder! That flashbang is wearing off. Keep firing! Hurry up! Watch out!
These monsters don't seem very friendly. This cave is about to collapse. I have to find a way out of here. The teleporter in the lab is still on. This looks like a secret passage.
If you live in San Diego, you've probably heard of people going over to Mexico to get their dental implant.
Welcome everyone to Bright Memory. So there's only 7 collectibles. The first collectible is when you start the game, kill the 3 bad guys in front of you, turn around, next to the elevator to the left to find your first collectible.
Oh my god, I'm gonna redo it now. Yeah, I gotta redo it.
These two worlds are connected, like a pair of twins. For one to survive, the other must be sacrificed.
Shelia, have you found anything?
Just a special ID card. Nothing else that I can see.
Roger that. I'm on my way.
I don't care who it is.
Keep in touch. Take cover!
It's so unstable. I need to hurry up and stop the teleporter.
Shelia, an unidentified unit is heading toward the laboratory. Shelia, are you okay?
The situation isn't very good.
Hang on. I'll be right there.
So this is the control system. There may still be time. Huh? No way.
Long time no see, Shelia.
Carter, why are you...
I advise you to stay out of this matter. Wake was as stubborn as you are.
What the hell happened here? Where am I? How amazing! Could this be the floating island hidden at the North Pole? What's that light? It's the light from the lab. I'll go check it out. It looks like someone used to live here. air serpent? It looks like it's flying toward the light.
Who the fuck played this game on my account?
The grapple should be able to get into the other side. The entrance to a cave. Where does it lead? All these soldiers' remains. What happened here? Oh shit! An ambush! Regenerate life, just like the doctor said. They're finally down. But how do I get out of here? The murals on the wall must be connected to these symbols on the ground. These symbols on the rotating disc must be the key. How does this work? Nailed it. It's dark in here. I need to turn on my flashlight. Is that Carter's men? It looks like they've found the beam too. I have to hurry and catch up. They're finally down. But how do I get out of here? The murals on the wall must be connected to these symbols on the ground. These symbols on the rotating disc must be the key. How does this work? Nailed it. It's dark in here. I need to turn on my flashlight. Is that Carter's men? It looks like they've found the beam, too. I have to hurry and catch up.
That flashbang is wearing off.
These monsters don't seem very friendly. This cave is about to collapse. I have to find a way out of here. The teleporter in the lab is still on. This looks like a secret passage.
One last one. Hey, gay guy. Gay guy.
The light in the room reacted to my device. The reaction is growing more and more intense. Is this the lost forest the doctor mentioned? A person? I have a bad feeling. Here he comes. Looks like my bullets can't pierce their armor. I have to try and dodge their attacks. It's too fast. I can't keep up. Finally. An air serpent? What is it doing here? I have to hurry toward the...
This game is broken.
An air serpent? What is it doing here? I have to hurry toward the light. Uh-oh, it's gonna collapse. I have to run. The exit's up ahead. I gotta hurry. Carter!
It's her! Don't let her get away.
Focus fire. Take over. Destroy targets. Hold position.
The crane and the underwater tablet must be related. I'll try going up. Carter seems to have left. Why did he give up on solving the puzzle? The chains on the pillars look useful. Now I might be able to climb up on the crane. This isn't gonna be easy. statue must be the treasure Carter was searching for. I should take the statue to the doctor. It must have...
Fucking glitch. I don't even get the fucking. Oh my god.
The door is opened. I should be able to get out of here. Oh, shit! Ah! I've been here before. hidden behind the wall. What happened here? These corpses don't look like they were killed by those monsters. The blood on the ground looks fresh. Not much time has passed. Who are they? Why have these people been hanged here? I hope Wake's okay.
These two worlds are connected, like a pair of twins. For one to survive, the other must be sacrificed.
Shelia, have you found anything?
Just a special ID card. Nothing else that I can see.
Roger that. I'm on my way.
I don't care who it is.
Keep in touch.
It's so unstable. I need to hurry up and stop the teleporter.
Shelia, an unidentified unit is heading toward the laboratory. Shelia, are you okay? Watch out! Okay, hang on. I'll be right there.
So this is the control system. There may still be time. Huh? No way.
Long time no see, Shelia.
Carter, why are you...
I advise you to stay out of this matter. Wake was as stubborn as you are.
What the hell happened here? Where am I? How amazing! Could this be the floating island hidden at the North Pole? What's that light? It's the light from the lab. I'll go check it out. It looks like someone used to live here. Serpent? It looks like it's flying toward the light. Grapple should be able to get into the other side. The entrance to a cave. Where does it lead? All these soldiers' remains. What happened here? Oh shit! An ambush! came back? So there really is a substance that can regenerate life, just like the doctor said. Oh shit, an ambush. They came back? So there really is a substance that can regenerate life, just like the doctor said. They're finally down. But how do I get out of here? The murals on the wall must be connected to these symbols on the ground. These symbols on the rotating disc must be the key. How does this work? Nailed it. It's dark in here. I need to turn on my flashlight. Is that Carter's men? It looks like they've found the beam, too. I have to hurry and catch up.
That flashbang is wearing off. Cover me. Hurry up!
These monsters don't seem very friendly. These monsters don't seem very friendly. These monsters don't seem very friendly. Monsters don't seem very friendly. These monsters don't seem very friendly.
Oh my god, almost. Previous checkpoint. Fuck you, man.
These monsters don't seem very friendly.
Oh my god, he jumped? He jumped?
These monsters don't seem very friendly.
What was that? Yeah, this game sucks.
These monsters don't seem very friendly. 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 This cave is about to collapse. I have to find a way out of here. The teleporter in the lab is still on. This looks like a secret passage. The reaction is growing more and more intense. Is this the lost forest the doctor mentioned? A person? I have a bad feeling. Here he comes. Can't pierce their armor. Finally. An air serpent? What is it doing here? I have to hurry toward the light. It looks like he's controlling the black mist. I think I can get down safely. Oh shit! It's starting to collapse!
Stay alert. There's treasure under the stone tablet. Do whatever it takes to find it.
Looks like we found something. Uh-oh! It's gonna collapse! I have to run. The exit's up ahead. I gotta hurry. Carter!
It's her. Don't let her get away. Focus fire. Spread out! Destroy targets!
The crane and the underwater tablet must be related. I'll try going up. Carter seems to have left. Why did he give up on solving the puzzle? The chains on the pillars look useful. Now I might be able to climb up on the crane. statue must be the treasure Carter was searching for. I should take this statue to the doctor. It must have some kind of secret. The door is open. I should be able to get out of here. Oh, shit! Ah! I've been here before. A room hidden behind the wall. What happened here? These corpses don't look like they were killed by those monsters. The blood on the ground looks fresh. Not much time has passed. Who are they? Why have these people been hanged here? I hope Wake's okay.
Shit sucks. I'm not playing this no more.
eczema isn't easy to plan for. But with Ebglyss, people with moderate to severe eczema can have real results, like skin that's still more clear at 1 year.
Don't use if you're allergic to Ebglyss. Allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Eye problems can occur. Tell your doctor if you have new or worsening eye problems. You should not receive a live vaccine when treated with Ebglyss. Before starting Ebglyss, tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection.
Ask your doctor about once monthly Ebglyss.
Welcome to Extra Time in California.
The referee will decide how much extra time you have.
Play fully and play your way
until the clock runs out.
24 minutes? Hours, honey.
Cheers.
Not sure where you need to improve or why you're missing shots? Unlock Results Plus to find out. Go beyond just accuracy and score with advanced metrics like pace, flick timing, smoothness, and prediction accuracy. Every detail of your performance broken down so you know exactly what to improve. No more guessing, just data-driven training that makes every session count. Unlock your true potential in Results Plus with AIM Labs Plus.
sleeping, binging shows. You'd never guess that I was actually in the middle of my 30-day challenge. Actually do what you love, but do it on the bike. Watch your shows, take calls, even nap. But keep moving. And without even trying to get skinny. I accidentally got strong. Now, I don't just move that I look forward to it.
Jeep Compass is your invitation to start doing Jeep things. With more tech, more comfort, and more capability, here's to more Jeep things this year.
One day, by a stroke of luck, a poor orphan named Dick Whittington found himself a cat. The two became close, and the cat proved very useful, working awfully hard for him. Before long, Whittington came to treasure the cat as an irreplaceable ally. And, sure enough, after he offered the cat to a merchant ship, Whittington suddenly acquired a massive fortune. This changed Whittington's life forever. But Whittington didn't simply use that fortune for his own benefit. He paid it back to the many people who had helped him over the years. Such philanthropy, coupled with his honest character, led him to marrying a wonderful wife. In time, he was even elected Lord Mayor of London. This is the story of Dick Whittington and his cat, one every good Brit knows well. However, whatever happened to the cat once it had brought good old Whittington all his copper and joy, you ask? Well, nobody seems to know. Not even Dick Whittington himself.
Well, this is it. Rainy Woods. The way you'd want to come here. They used to call it the happiest town in the world, but that was over 30 years ago. Now I hear it's just fallen to bits and full of weirdos. If it's sightseeing you're after, you'd be better off heading somewhere like Windermere or Grasmere. To each your own, I suppose. Enjoy your holiday then!
What a goddamn hellhole.
This is Naomi Hayward, a photographer from New York. Now, why would someone like Naomi come to this far-flung corner of England? Because of all the interesting things to photograph, of course. That's the official line anyway. Her true reasons lie elsewhere. A certain client has asked Naomi to investigate a secret. And she's hoping this job will help her escape a colossal mountain of debt. Who is this client? Well, that'll become clear soon enough. Let's just see what happens next, shall we? Well then, are you ready?
Ah! Don't they have pest control around here? You got any idea how much these sunglasses cost? Goddamn hellhole.
Welcome to Rainy Woods. This is the happiest town in the world. We're delighted to have you here. How do you do? What? Huh? What? Huh?
Jeez. Seriously? Oh, jeez. What's up?
How do you do? If you would.
Good day.
Oh, jeez.
All right there.
Yeah.
How are you?
Hey.
Oh, it's you.
Oh, jeez.
Greetings. How do you do? Right. Right.
See ya!
Tempur-Pedic breeze makes sleep feel cool. So no more sweating all night or blasting the air conditioning. Because
there's something really shady going on in the music industry, and with this Oliver Tree thing, you know it, I know it, your dog knows it, everybody knows it, but no one wants to talk about it. So I decided to dig into this because 5 days ago I didn't even know who Oliver Tree was. And the crazy thing is, the more I dug into this, the crazier it got. So on June 14th, this account posted this. Could it be that we're facing the biggest bait in internet history? If you're not aware of this, on June 14th, Oliver Tree and Gatsby were involved in a very sad and strange incident. It didn't take long before several people started coming up with the craziest theories.
He predicted his death over 10 times, y'all.
It's not just one or two little things. We're talking about multiple coincidences or hints his fans believe he was leaving behind.
Hello, I'm Ron Johnson Van Swanson, the president of Alien Boy Records. Our #1 artist, Oliver Tree, has no say or involvement in the creative process. We make him sing and dance like a stupid little monkey. We created Oliver Tree, and we could destroy him at any given moment. So go pre-order his new album, Alone in a Crowd, or we will terminate him.
Digging deeper into this, I found a bizarre connection between Antarctica and a documentary that he was set to release this month, and cryptic messages and hints that his fans believe he may have intentionally left behind.
What's the biggest theory that you believe in?
It's a great question. You know, that one about Avril Lavigne, everyone knows Avril died in 2004.
That's the kind of shit. They're taking all of your ideas, they're scrambling your little heads, messing with you. And then meanwhile, you're a little pawn in this game and they're doing such crazy, you can't even begin to imagine, Andrew.
The more people looked, the more they found patterns in the things he said in his video clips, and this is where things start getting really strange. The date, June 14th, the date of the incident, can be found all throughout Gatsby's and Oliver Tree's video clips. There's also too many coincidences when it comes to Oliver Tree and Gatsby's age, and the fact that there's too many video clips of them referencing what appears to be the incident. The deeper we get into this, the stranger it gets. It's like something happened to him in the last few months and he snapped.
I just was in Antarctica. I played 3 sets out there.
Shit. Ain't they always got like theories?
Yeah,
about
I found some of this shit, bro. I think I found, bro.
You really seen the shit?
Filmed a documentary. I got footage.
He started talking too much.
We can't put anything about in this. Is it a YouTube video or what?
It's live. Like it's already being clipped up.
Live? No, we can't put anything live. We can't have any of that footage actually leak out.
And then there's this.
Just got word that my album is no longer coming out. Love You Madly, Hate You Badly is officially canceled, and I'm parting ways with the records. Behind the scenes has been nothing short of a nightmare.
I mean, what exactly is going on here? Is this all just a coincidence? I bet it is. It all sounds pretty bonkers, but what if it isn't? Let's try to find out. Let's begin with the basic, and that would be his recent shows. There's something weird about it. Now, before we get into the video, booking a doctor's appointment sounds simple, but somehow it's one of those things that always gets pushed off. You tell yourself, I'll call tomorrow, and tomorrow turns into next week, and suddenly you're still calling around, waiting on hold, checking who takes your insurance, and realizing that the next available appointment might be months away. I myself have been postponing checking a few things here and there exactly for the same reason. I know it's gonna take countless hours to find a good doctor. That's exactly why ZocDoc, today's video sponsor, is so useful. ZocDoc lets you search and compare local and network doctors all in one place. You can view detailed doctor profiles, read real patient reviews, and see actual appointment openings without the guesswork. They have more than 150,000 providers across 200 plus specialties in all 50 states. And when you find the right fit, you can book the appointment right there. A lot of appointments happen fast too, usually within 24 to 72 hours and sometimes even the same day. Plus, ZocDoc is free to use, so don't keep pushing it off. Click the link in the description, head to ZocDoc.com/James and check that appointment off of your to-do list. And thanks again for ZocDoc for sponsoring with us and helping us take better care of our health. Now let's get back to the video. So about 2 days ago, this account posted a video of one of his concerts at Red Rock Park Amphitheater. Take a look at this.
Hello, I'm Ron Johnson Van Swanson, the president of Alien Boy Records. We are the label that brought you such hits as Ugly is Beautiful and such commercial failures as...
So this guy doesn't exist, and neither does Alien Boy Records, but I find it interesting that he chose that name.
Alien Boy Records has access to cutting-edge algorithms, bot farms, and pay-for-play technologies, which has made crafting industry plants up to 15 times easier than before. Captured every aspect of his character, From his obnoxious personality, his wackadoodle outfits, to his downright embarrassing haircuts, we make him sing and dance like a stupid little monkey.
Oh my gosh.
We created Oliver Tree. And we can destroy him at any given moment.
Oh my gosh.
We order his new album, Alone in a Crowd, or we will terminate him. Retire him from his music career forever.
Oh wow. This is a little bit suspicious. When was this?
With unlimited data from Airlo, you can find a new taste, track down a new place, or just see an old face. Airlo. Connection means the world.
We gotta send a message. Keep out of Hell's Kitchen.
Thanks, as always.
We're all friends here, Mickey.
Put down the gun. Let's talk. I am telling you, we've got to let this guy go. You and I both know I ain't got nothing except for you.
Do you know the trouble you just caused us?
What the? There's cats and dogs all over the place. Where'd all the people go? No way. Is this the town's big secret?
That's right. This town's been hiding a rather beastly secret.
Now this is one hell of a scoop. Elizabeth? Hold on! Hey, lady! Why are you the only one who's still normal?
Do you realise what you just stepped into, sweetheart? People round here call this place the Witch's House.
The witch's house?
Bum da da da!
What?
I'm Pauline Atwood, but everyone calls me the Woodland Witch. Ha! Huh? What's that? Huh? What's that? Surely not. Huh? What's that? Phew.
Yeah, baby! Yeah. Seriously? Yeah.
スエートはで美味しい。目目はいに設営が終わって本当に良かったです。にうっとり。
Oh my gosh, so this concert was basically a month prior. I mean, this is possibly just a coincidence, right? However, on April that same month, he posted this video a little bit before that concert.
Got word that my album is no longer coming out. Love You Madly, Hate You Badly is officially canceled, and I'm parting ways with the records. Behind the scenes has been nothing short of a nightmare. I have no marketing budgets for music videos, no digital ad spend. Nobody really cares in the building, it seems like. I made a lot of money for records, and they don't seem to remember that. I have gotten no support. They forgot to ingest multiple songs into the system. So, the music is owned by them. The remainder of the music will not be coming out. I will always continue to make music. Thank you for everyone who supported me. I can't wait to release more music at some point at a later time, but for now, there is nothing on the horizon.
Yeah, so this is, like some people are saying in the comment section, a bit suspicious. Wait a minute, he posted this on April 1st, meaning this could be just a prank, like I said before, show business. Then again, there's still too many coincidences and a few strange things that don't add up.
He predicted his death over 10 times, y'all. We're about to get into his music videos and his books and a whole bunch of other crazy stuff. Oliver Tree seemed to really want you to know. He literally released a graphic novel.
Alright guys, this came across my feed. I want to play you a video and then we'll get into some background. I just want to play this video for you at first and then you just let me know what this looks like to you in the comment section. Now I have to mute it because the music, but I don't know about you guys. It looks pretty demonic to me.
Have you guys ever heard of La Danza de los Diablos? So this video actually popped up on my feed.
What the? Everyone's back to normal.
Why, good morning. Lovely day, innit?
Elizabeth. That's right. The church's bell tower. The witch's concoction is supposed to make me higher than a kite. Time to give this thing a try. next report's gonna be a real doozy, huh? Ah! No way! This place, goddamn hellhole.
Afterwards, Naomi returned to the Woodland Witch and told her what had happened. But the witch just feigned ignorance, claiming her concoction was just a type of natural sedative, the dodgy kind of substance that has somehow skirted the definition of legal. She said she only made it up because Naomi looked so distressed. And it certainly wasn't capable of doing anything as preposterous as turning a person into an animal. According to Pauline, when Naomi saw the townspeople turning into animals, it was actually a hallucination caused by the stress of moving to a brand new place. Naturally, Naomi's client wouldn't be happy to receive such a report. And so it seemed Naomi would not be free of her debts anytime soon. Keep your chin up, Naomi. In the 17th century, England experienced two revolutions, the Puritan Revolution and the Glorious Revolution. After the death of Oliver Cromwell, leader of the Puritan Revolution, the House of Stuart returned to power. Charles II, also known as the Merry Monarch, was next to succeed the throne. And Charles II is said to have loved dogs and always carried one wherever he went. He even posted a reward in the newspapers when his beloved dog went missing. This act was laughed off by his people as yet another one of their king's eccentricities. Proof that as a dog lover, Charles II was far ahead of his time. But being a dog lover was not the only thing Charles II was famous for. Wars against other countries, religious issues, conflicts with Parliament, the Great Plague and the Great Fire. His government was constantly deep in the red and even had to temporarily declare bankruptcy at one point. Just 3 years after his death, the Glorious Revolution shook England. But even though his reign had ended, Charles's legacy did not. The Cavalier King Charles Spaniel. Even now, Charles II's favourite breed of dog is still beloved around the world.
And if you've never seen anything like this before, it looks a little scary. But once you know the meaning behind it, you realize that this is actually one of the most beautiful traditions of Guerrero and Oaxaca. The history goes all the way back to colonial times, when African slaves were brought to Mexico to work. They weren't allowed to express themselves or their beliefs freely, so dance became their language of survival and resistance. The dance was basically created to mock the colonizers and create a space to continue their spiritual practices. The dancers wear hand-painted wooden masks, sometimes with horns. They'll tie cowbells around their waist and are often dressed in animal hides, and their movement is very heavy and intentional. Over time, the people of these communities have kept this tradition alive, turning it into more of a celebration. Today, it's seen as a way to honor their ancestors and their loved ones who have passed on. This dance is performed during El Día de los Muertos, when families build ofrendas, light candles, and welcome the spirits back home. The sound of the drums, the bells ringing, and the masks all come together as an offering, reminding everyone that their culture, their roots, and their ancestors are very much still alive. I always love learning the why behind things, because a lot of times people are just afraid of what they don't understand. Are any of my followers from Guerrero or Oaxaca, and have you ever seen this dance in person? Let me know in the comments.
So here's the thing, right? First of all, who's the offering to? Because it's not to God, right? And second of all, I'm not sure how putting on masks of devil horns, because this is called the dance of the devils, and while it doesn't ever address how the devil came into play of this, besides mockery, then to me I don't see how mocking the devil or mocking the colonizers, as so she said, is something that can be seen as good, right? Now, don't get me wrong, I understand that the African slaves have been through some torment, but they also brought a lot of spirituality with them that's demonic in nature, this ancestral worship and this stuff like this. The comments say, y'all need to stop judging cultures you don't understand. Then this person says the dance is tough though, for real. If y'all don't like it, then don't comment and leave, like no one is telling you guys to comment. I get it. This is a culture, I get that. And if they wouldn't have devil masks on, I wouldn't mind the culture. I wouldn't mind it, right? But at the same time, there are people saying that this dance is to scare off the devil. Please educate yourself. How are you supposed to scare off the devil when the devil ain't afraid of us? He's afraid of Jesus. He's afraid of the name of Jesus. He's afraid of Jesus. He's not afraid of us at all. And when you do stuff like this, I can only imagine that it opens you up to it. You know what it looks like though? This is what it makes me think of. This is Pan, a god, right? With half goat body, like he's got hoofed feet and furry legs, right? And then he's got the horns. This is what it looks like right here to me. This guy or this guy, but only instead of blowing on a little thing, they're dancing. So since I don't know anything about this, I looked it up and it gave me this article, and it says that this is the dance of the devils and it preserves African heritage in Mexico. I didn't even know. Personally, I come from Missouri, and I don't know very many Mexicans that actually even like black people, so it's strange to me to find out that they have an African descent that they actually honor in their heritage, but that's a story for another day. It says, in a country known for its vibrant cultural tapestry, Mexico's identity is as diverse as its people. Among the many threads that make up its fabric, the Afro-descendant population played a significant role in shaping it. One of the most vibrant expressions of Afro-Mexican culture is the traditional dance Danza de los Diablos. It translates to the Dance of the Devils and is celebrated in the coastal regions of Guerrero and Oaxaca. This cultural expression is popular among the Afro-Mexican communities in the region. From their early struggles against slavery during the colonial era to the preservation of African traditions and the development of a strong political identity, the Dance of the Devils reflects the indelible mark of Afro-Mexicans on the country's cultural landscape. It says that the Dance of the Devils is rooted in a cultural exchanges of social interactions of the African populations that thrived in Mexico during the transatlantic slave trade and has evolved over time. It now blends elements of Catholicism and indigenous traditions. The dance takes place on significant dates. Participants wear masks adorned with beards and fringes that come from horsehair and wear tattered clothing. The procession is led by the Diablo Mayor, or the Tenango. This symbolizes a foreman or a boss. It is also led by a Minga or a Bruja, which Bruja is a word for a witch, portrayed by a man dressed in women's attire and carrying a doll. It seems pretty demonic to me. Cross-dressing, transgender. These characters set the rhythm with a rattle and a whip as they move in a symbolic dance. The music accompanying the dance is known as La Chilena. It blends influences from Chilean sailors and Afro-descendant traditions. It features rhythms and harmonies from other Mexican regions and indigenous communities. These expressions reveal the social participation and cultural exchanges of Afro-descendants. It also emphasizes their significance in Mexico's historical narrative. Afro-descendant communities have also influenced Mexico's gastronomy, traditional medicine, and language. They each add unique flavor to the nation's cultural mosaic. So that didn't make it seem any less demonic to me. Each culture has its own beliefs. Each culture has its own way of celebrating their heritage. But we don't come into agreement with anything that looks demonic like this.
Reason 5 million why I don't follow cultural traditions, because they will literally have you dancing with the devil. You're dancing with the chamuco. And don't try to tell me that that ain't evil, that's not the devil. Look at that. So yesterday a friend tagged me into this video. Look at that. So yesterday a friend tagged me into this video and it's a quinceañera, and then all of a sudden I see these chamucos going in there dancing, and I'm like, what the heck? Like, who invited them? Turns out that it's a whole tradition that they have going on in Oaxaca, Mexico. And I'm just like, wow, Mexico again? Why? Like, y'all are killing me with all this darkness that y'all have going on over there. I know United States, we're just as evil, but man, Mexico, y'all are killing me. And so I'm like, well, who even came up with this bright idea to have devils everywhere and dancing with them and making an actual tradition? They have parades where they literally dance. It's called Dancing with the Devil. And it turns out that it originated from, I guess, like the colonial days. There was African slaves there, and basically they mix voodoo, the occult, with Mexican tradition. And yeah, I don't want to hear, oh, it's culture, it's tradition. When it comes down to it, it's still evil. You're still messing with darkness. You're still messing. It originates from voodoo. That's the occult. You're opening doors. Yeah, but it's been in my family and my tradition for years. Who cares? It doesn't make it right. You know what else has been what used to be tradition? Sacrificing babies. You know what else used to be tradition? Cannibalism. And you know what else is tradition and culture to this day? 50-year-olds marrying 7-year-olds. Doesn't make it right. Who cares if it's tradition? Who cares if it's culture? Pero ay tú, you know, the day's gonna come where you're gonna be in front of God, and he's gonna ask you about that. And how are you gonna explain that? Yeah, I like to dance with the devil here and there, but yet you wanted to be a person of God. Like, have fun explaining that to him. And that whole excuse that it's just tradition, it's just culture, is exactly where the enemy wants you. It's exactly what he wants you to say.
Facts. Because if the enemy can get you wrapped up in your culture or your heritage over worshiping God or, not participating in demonic ceremonies, then he's got you right where he wants you. Even things like Mardi Gras, which originated in Alabama, not New Orleans. My wife is from Louisiana. We were talking about this the other day. We figured it out that it's from Alabama of all places. And that tradition is very demonic too. Just because we do it here in America doesn't mean it's okay. I'm not just coming for, Hispanic culture with this thing. I'm just saying, guys, we got to understand that some of the things that we do as culture is demonic, and the only thing that's safe is following Jesus Christ. So I never heard of this. It just randomly popped up on my TikTok page. So I just wanted to share it with you guys and see if you guys understood anything about this as well. Because there's so much stuff going on out here that can easily deceive many. And since it's looked at as a celebration, as slaves can get in their freedom, that it's worship that's put up on a pedestal. And instead of realizing exactly what it is, it's demonic. So I just wanted to share this with you guys. I'll leave the video clips that I reacted to down below in the description. That's going to do it for this one. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Until then, God bless.
This story is part of the Cardinal and Dove series, After the Mountain, a collection based on Jesus' teachings from the Sermon on the Mount. This is
It's hard to describe the impact that Jurassic Park had on popular culture in the early 90s.
Titled Oliver Tree vs. Little Ricky, and it's about him being thrown into the meat grinder of the music industry to promote his debut album, Ugly is Beautiful. Then when Oliver threatens to retire, his label replaces him with an alien. Shout out to Brian for that information, and it gets even crazier because he talked about not even making it to 2026 because he's quitting records. Before we continue, check this out. News update for real. It's been exactly 333 weeks since Kobe Bryant passed away. 333 weeks from another helicopter crash. Now, one of his music videos actually shows him in some sort of crash on this plane, and then right after that, he's saluting. From the second I heard it, I just knew something was there. Lisa Lang goes independent, releases this album cover for his album, and it's scrap metal everywhere, just like the scene. Of course, I talk about this winger, this guy from a plane, yellow right here in the...
Yeah, it does actually look like scrap metal, just like a helicopter crash or something like that. Still, could be marketing, could be a coincidence, like I said, show business. But then again, there's this.
The music video for Oliver Tree, you can see a plane going by. He's waving up in the air from the plane. And then doesn't that look like a helicopter that he's just dancing in front of? And he's eating in the helicopter? And the lyrics are in the end, he says, "Put flowers on my tombstone because I'll hate you till the day I'm dead." And then we have this. So this is from Gatsby. And in this, he's talking about being worn out from fame. He's real tired. He's in a taxi driver. And look at what's on the side coming up. It says 6/14. This is the exact date they both passed.
So what's even crazier is that if I go to their videos, like Gatsby's videos, this video, Gatsby's Return, and you go over to 1406, you have this scene.
Team Mazda of El Cajon is bringing the heat. Drive the brand new, stylish 2026 Mazda 3. Lease for just $273 a month. Make the switch to hybrid. with a new Mazda CX-50 and lease for only $339 a month. Want a hybrid with more room? The 2026 Mazda CX-90 Hybrid has it with 0% financing for 72 months. All through June at Team Mazda of El Cajon.
And on this other video of his posted 11 months ago,
4,
we get this.
5, 6, 7.
So of course it's all very strange, but it could be just a coincidence. However, on June 17th, Gatsby's father said that he did not think it was an accident.
Una declaración suya, usted tiene o la sospecha o la convicción que pudo haber sido un atentado, esto que terminó con la vida de su hijo.
Yo estoy convencido de eso.
Y porque había alguna causa.
Now, even though officially this is taken as an accident and there's no proof that it isn't, Gatsby's father and many other people have a different theory. And this is where things get shady. People have been digging deeper into Oliver Tree, and they found several videos that may actually explain this theory.
We can't put anything about my in this. Is this a YouTube video or what?
It's live. Like it's already being clipped up.
Live? No, we can't put anything live. We can't have any of that footage actually leak out.
On May 10th, a few weeks prior to Oliver Tree's announcement that he was leaving the label, this streamer caught him by surprise. He didn't know he was being live streamed, and he said a few things that he shouldn't.
It's
the last time I saw you was at this fucking party. It was Logan's wedding.
I know.
So lit, bro. He got so drunk he fell off the water slide. It's on the water slide like 20 minutes later. He fell so hard, but he pierced his nose, bro. He's going crazy with it. He was going crazy, bro, but it was crazy. They took him away in a stretcher. He was on the ambulance, and they were driving him out of there, and I was looking, I was like, is gonna be okay?
Oh my gosh.
He's a big party.
Yeah, you wouldn't think that.
I know, and he doesn't have any limits.
Do you think?
I was with him, he was in the bathroom, he was hiding out in the stall. I was like, bro, you can't be using that.
Yeah, so I had to cut certain parts from this video, but Oliver Tree did not know that he was on a live stream, talking about famous, important people that he met at several parties. And he's giving out details that maybe he shouldn't. And this is exactly the moment he realizes that.
YouTube channel or what is it for?
Yeah, it's going to go on YouTube. It's also a stream. It's live. I want to tell you it's live.
Oh my gosh.
I won't do the live stuff. I'll just do whatever else is included.
Okay, well,
I'll do the a la carte. So
I just let the editors, our guy Gene.
And wait,
oh my gosh.
No, this is Daniel.
Yeah, I'm Daniel. Daniel, such a pleasure. Hey, just make sure if you can, just send the Frame.io link to me and I'll just write edits for cut.
Yeah, so looking at this, Nick doesn't seem pretty happy about this, and neither does Oliver Tree. They seem pretty worried that he was saying these things live.
Bro, don't put him on.
Yeah, sorry. That never happened. I'm so sorry.
We'll just edit it.
That was a joke. That was a joke.
This stuff gets edited. We'll upload it on YouTube Short.
The music video for Oliver Tree, you can see a plane going by. He's waving up in the air. The side.
You have this scene. And on this other video of his posted 11 months ago,
4,
we get this.
5, 6, 7.
So of course it's all very strange, but it could be just a coincidence. However,
5, 6, 7.
So of course it's all very strange, but it could be just a coincidence. However, on June 17th, Gatsby's father said that he did not think it was an accident.
Una declaración suya, usted tiene o la sospecha o la convicción que pudo haber sido un atentado, esto que terminó con la vida de su hijo.
Strange, but it could be just a coincidence. However, on June 17th, Gatsby's father said that he did not think it was an accident.
Una declaración suya, usted tiene o la sospecha o la convicción que pudo haber sido un atentado, esto que terminó con la vida de su hijo.
Yo estoy convencido de eso.
Y porque había alguna causa.
Now, even though officially this is taken as an accident and there's no proof that it isn't, Gatsby's father and many other people have a different theory. And this is where things get shady. People have been digging deeper into Oliver Tree, and they found several videos that may actually explain this theory.
We can't put anything about my in this. Is this a YouTube video or what?
It's live. Like it's already being clipped up.
Live? No, we can't put anything live. We can't have any of that footage actually leak out.
On May 10th, a few weeks prior to Oliver Tree's announcement that he was leaving the label, this streamer caught him by surprise. He didn't know he was being live streamed, and he said a few things that he shouldn't.
The last time I saw you was at this fucking party. It was Logan's wedding.
I know.
So lit, bro. He got so drunk he fell off the water slide. It's on the water slide like 20 minutes later. He fell so hard, but he pierced his nose, bro. He's going crazy with it. He was going crazy, bro, but it was crazy. They took him away in a stretcher. He was on the ambulance, and they were driving him out of there, and I was looking, I was like, is this gonna be okay?
Oh my gosh.
He's a big party.
Yeah, you wouldn't think that.
I know, and he doesn't have any limits.
Do you think?
I was with him, he was in the bathroom, he was hiding out in the stall. I was like, bro, you can't be using that.
Yeah, so I had to cut certain parts from this video, but Oliver Tree did not know that he was on a live stream, talking about famous, important people that he met at several parties. And he's giving out details that maybe he shouldn't. And this is exactly the moment he realizes that.
YouTube channel or what is it for?
Yeah, well, it's gonna go on YouTube. It's also a stream. It's live. I want to tell you it's live.
Oh my gosh.
I won't do the live stuff.
He realizes that.
YouTube channel or what is it?
Famous, important people that he met at several parties. And he's giving out details that maybe he shouldn't. And this is exactly the moment he realizes that.
YouTube channel or what is it for?
Yeah, well, it's gonna go on YouTube. It's also a stream. It's live. I want to tell you it's live.
Oh my gosh.
I won't do the live stuff. I'll just do whatever else is included.
Okay, well,
I'll do the a la carte. So
I just let the editors. Our guy Gene.
And wait,
oh my gosh.
No, this is Daniel.
Yeah, I'm Daniel. Daniel, such a pleasure. Hey, just make sure if you can, just send the frame IO link to me, and I'll just write edits for cut.
Yeah, so looking at this, Nick doesn't seem pretty happy about this, and neither does Oliver Tree. They seem pretty worried that he was saying these things live.
Bro, don't put him on.
Yeah, sorry. That never happened. I'm so sorry.
We'll just edit it.
That was a joke. That was a joke.
This stuff gets edited. We'll upload.
Saying these things live.
Bro, don't put him on.
Yeah, sorry. That never happened. I'm so sorry.
We'll just edit it.
That was a joke. That was a joke.
This stuff gets edited. We'll upload it on YouTube Shorts.
We've never edited, but we're gonna first time edit it for you. I already made the call.
You didn't edit it before?
We never. Well, it's live. We're live, so don't say anything you're not supposed to say. I'm telling you.
Yeah, Oliver Tree is not happy about it.
You can't have any of this footage get out.
Are you serious? Well, I'll make whatever cuts you want.
That mic's not live, is it?
Well, it's on right now. So.
Turn the mic on.
He seems as if he finally realized he's live. He seems a little bit drunk, and he definitely said too much. I did have to cut a lot of the stream out of respect to Oliver Tree and the people he mentioned, and if you watch the full video, it seems to me that he said too much. But still doesn't prove anything. He's a pretty famous guy, and he's at a party. It's like, who's gonna take him seriously when he's this drunk? So it could just be that this is not it. But then again, you have this. About 2 years ago, Oliver Tree went live on a podcast to talk about a documentary he was doing on Antarctica.
6 a.m. if I got the chance. I just was in Antarctica. I played 3 sets out there.
Shit.
There was like 20 people, bro.
Like, ain't they always got like conspiracy theories?
Yeah, I found some of the shit, bro. I think I found, so for one, I think I found the wall that surrounds the Earth. I seen this this pyramid, which I believe is from an ancient civilization, from a 15th century map I was looking at, and it looks like there's potential of an entire iced out civilization that's like 10,000 to 15,000 years old. I don't know the exact numbers, but I think I found an actual entranceway to an alien base. I can't guarantee everything, but I have a documentary I filmed in Antarctica.
So it's a new pyramid. No one knew that this existed to now?
Wait a minute.
You said drive me home. I said take.
So this was posted on December 23rd. A new discovery has people speculating about the possibility that there are pyramids in Antarctica. This was after his interview, actually.
I don't know, bro. I don't know the exact specifics of anything.
God damn, man.
So it will come out later.
So you're probably thinking the same thing as I am. What exactly is he talking about? Did he actually see something there, or is he just babbling for views? This is at least what I thought until I found this. He was supposed to release this documentary together with the album that got cancelled by his label. In other words, it might just be that his label cancelled him because of this documentary.
Word that my album is no longer coming out. Love You Madly, Hate You Badly is officially canceled, and I'm parting ways with the records.
So what exactly is it that he featured that wasn't supposed to be seen? Oh wow, there's actually a link to the screening of the documentary. I did watch a little bit of the screening and I didn't find anything strange except for the fact that there are several parts that are blocked. So we now can't watch the full screening, and I would say this is most likely because of a legal dispute. But it's also the perfect plan to censor him or something that he saw in an article.
Oliver Tree's official TikTok account has been hacked. Yeah, I am not kidding. I really wish I was making this up, but sometime late last night, someone was able to gain access to Oliver Tree's official TikTok account.
It's weird, isn't it? It's just too many coincidences.
The thing that I notice in your music videos is this imagery of you falling to your death. Is there anywhere that comes from? Does that represent anything?
I explored death heavily because I think ultimately that's why people go to religion and a lot of different things. It's like, what happens after life? That was always a big thing of like, well, what happens after life? And almost in a way, preparing myself for my own death. And so kind of like putting myself into those scenarios and kind of living it so that I could kind of experience it and process it so that it's not such a big deal.
Was Oliver Tree trying to hint us at something, maybe something he knew, something he saw? I mean, think about it. He sets to release a documentary about Antarctica. He gets cancelled the month he's supposed to do this. His documentary isn't released. The screening gets parts blocked. Then 2 days after that, he gets his TikTok account hacked. Personal messages, pictures, videos, who knows? Maybe some of them were deleted. Maybe some that contained whatever it was that he recorded in Antarctica. But I guess we'll never know. Now this is just a theory, but I want to know your thoughts. Do you think that there's something down there in Antarctica, and did Oliver Tree actually see something that he wasn't supposed to? Leave a comment, smash the like button, don't forget to subscribe to the channel with notifications on, and I'll see you guys this week.
I'm stuffed.
Hello, I'm Gabriella Power. Welcome to Power Hour. Riots have continued for a second night in Northern Ireland after one of the most horrific attacks imaginable took place.
A little back on the map.
Imperative need for you guys to hit the subscribe button when we start going live a little bit more, because it kind of joins the channel up, all right? Let's get into it. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Cash App's the only thing that stops the show. We will stop for Super Chat somewhere in the middle, but for the most part, we only stop for the Cash App. That's the only thing that pauses the show. Okay?
I'm stuffed.
Let's go ahead and get into it. We have a very lengthy first archetype, and then we have a very troubling feature presentation. The feature presentation, that again is just as disturbing as most of the other women asking for nearly
I'm stuffed.
6 figures on a regular basis. We're gonna get into it. It's gonna get interesting. So first we have to ask for somebody who's asking between 5K and 500K. I knew that would be interesting, but it wasn't until I went into this call and took a listen to what this lady had to say that made me want to react to her. It wasn't just the title of her wanting 500K. You see that all the time. It was a few other things. Let's go ahead and get into it. Let's see what she had to say. Hit the like button as we get going.
In the show, and
Are you single?
I am.
He's not single.
He's not.
You know his girl?
It's complicated, but I'm here for the questions for Jamal.
Have y'all ever had sex, you and Baba?
I mean, no, ma'am. I was just trying to get Jamal, a gift.
What gift was you trying to give Jamal?
A proper gift. Together is my favorite place to be. I'm here with you all. So I just called in so I can be a guest, so Jamal can have a guest. I may answer a few questions. He may want to have, I don't know. We were both just interested in the show. It's my first time calling, both our first time here, but I've definitely watched. So, yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Are you looking for somebody to date, or you just called it just to...
I am open. It's been a while since I haven't been on this level of platform, but I'm here for the questions.
Okay, so what's your name and where are you from?
I'm Ladybug, and I'm from Southern Mississippi.
Southern Mississippi?
Yeah, like from the
Who's the
south,
southern
like
one?
Gulf Coast type. Like I'm a Mississippi girl. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So what you looking for, babe? What kind of man are you looking for?
Well, let me find somewhere for me to.
But I do find that because I am so ambitious, it is hard to find people, like when you're in a dating aspect, that is on the same level as you. And sometimes when you make more, it feels like you can unintentionally make a man feel emasculated. And I think that is a dynamic that a lot of successful Black women have, right? And so speaking in generals, like not my specific situation, how do you become like feminine in the aspect of that realm?
Speak about like men are intimidated by my money or my degree. No, they're not. Men are unattracted to the behaviors that come with it. So a woman that's a business owner, she's more likely to be combative, argumentative, rude, disrespectful, pompous, egotistical, and respectfully an a-hole.
Welcome back to the channel. You know why I brought you here. Shout out to Ant CEO. Found another great call. Yes! This time he was talking to a different kind of archetype. We get to see him in different form. Every time we do an Ant CEO reaction, the request for me to find more of his content just go up. So I found another call that was very interesting. He was having a conversation with this woman who believed that men were intimidated by her career and how she comes and what she brings to the table. You know, that whole spiel. Then she even tried to get emotional at some point of the call. She definitely was invested in a lot of negative stereotypes about Black women being ahead of Black men. That was very agitating. And Ant pressed her the same way someone like The Godfather would. That's why I know people would appreciate this call. People love his style because he doesn't really take it easy on the women. I don't think that there's really an easy way to have these conversations with BWs. And I think Ant does a great job of embodying that militancy that you have to have in having these conversations, while also still most of the time remaining very respectful to the women. So we're going to get into it. Hit the subscribe button. Also hit the notification bell. Don't forget the hype button. Let's not waste 1 minute.
With a lot that you say, I do feel like the feminist movement definitely jaded the Black family. I'm speaking about a Black person because obviously I'm speaking from my perspective. I definitely agree that the feminist movement set us back, on top of systematic racism and other aspects that, you know, emasculated the African American male and took the black dynamic in its entirety is more of a matriarch. So women in the Black dynamic family, I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm a little nervous and stumbling over my words, but I do feel like there is a bigger picture. How do we, I guess, what is your opinion on how do we change that? You know, I'm a woman, I'm ambitious, I'm capable, I'm strong. I was raised by a single mom. She was an amazing mom. She taught me how to be feminine. You know, she taught me how to cook and clean and take care of a man. And I'm married, so it's not that, yes, I'm a little nervous. So I'm going through a lot right now in life. I just recently lost my mom, but I do find that because I am so ambitious, it is hard to find people, like when you're in a dating aspect, that is on the same level as you. And sometimes when you make more, it feels like you can unintentionally make a man feel emasculated. And I think that is a dynamic that a lot of successful Black women have, right? And so speaking in generals, like not my specific situation, how do you become like feminine in the aspect of that realm? Like I know how to be feminine, I know how to cook, I clean and things of that nature, but I don't know how to make a man feel non-emasculated because I come to the table with a lot. And that's just because, you know, I worked hard and I'm ambitious and things like that, but it's not that I make you feel intentionally, I'm not belittling you, but they feel like that because, you know, a lot of Black women make more. Yeah.
Well, that's not true. A lot of Black women don't make more than Black men.
Well, yeah, in my area, I would say, in my area. And I'm in Georgia. So in Georgia, there's
Black women do not, just real quick, Black women do not out-earn Black men in Georgia. If you know some Black women that out-earn Black men, that's probably more likely. Black women do not earn out Black men in Georgia. That's not true. There's no state or...
I'm not really sure why black women are so invested in this false narrative that's been spread that black women out-earn black men. But I think it's because black women love the idea of them going past their men and leaving their men behind. They wouldn't admit this, but they like the idea. They like a narrative where black women are moving really, really fast and black men just can't catch up.
State or city in America where black women out-earn black men. There are a lot of black women who are out-earning black men. Not the majority. The majority of black men out-earn black women. It's just the truth. I'm just bringing that up. Now.
No, it's fine. Yeah, I agree. I guess in my realm, in my space, I do a lot for black men to put them in the working labor force. And so the data and statistics that I run from my organization is, I guess, helping me tailor to that so I can get black men into more positions to get back in the labor force. And so, yeah, so when I see the numbers, it's just devastating because there's a lot of black men that don't want to go into like labor, like a labor workplace. So,
okay, I get your point, Ashley. Now,
yeah, I'm saying I'm not
forgetting. Ashley, I'm gonna end up forgetting. I got it. I'm gonna end up forgetting. I don't want to forget. Only point that I'm trying to make is your own business or company or whatever you work in, that may be specific in there. But if we talk about Atlanta, if we talk about Georgia in general, black women in general, not over here in this little section where black women dominate, black women in general do not out-earn black men anywhere in America. That's just facts. And there's no ethnic group of women who out-earn men in America. It's just not true. That's number one. I just wanted to point that out. Now, let's get to the other point of this. And the first point that you made, because you were saying a lot, and I was trying to like keep everything. First off, I need to say thank you to everybody that's sending donos right now. I will call y'all by name, but I'm trying to listen to her as well as say thank you to everybody that's supporting the content. So I appreciate y'all. But I do want to respond. Yeah, I know everybody's showing love. I want to say thank you, but it's hard trying to say thank you to everybody, and I'm cutting her off, and then I'm not able to listen, and I gotta, So, first of all, you spoke on, which you was 100% correct. The feminism movement, the eugenics, Planned Parenthood, all of these things have, unfortunately, the Democratic Party, and no, I'm not a Republican. The Democratic Party, all of these things has unfortunately destroyed the black family and took the black man out of the household, made the black woman rely on the government. We know that. So I think number one, to change that, we need to be, my generation specifically, we have every single resource and access to the information and the knowledge. So number one, what we need to do is we need to understand that since the information is available, we have no excuses. There's no excuses why you don't know. So since we know, we got ChatGPT, we got Google, we got everything, YouTube, all this stuff is available to us to know. So what we need to do is we need to educate ourselves so we can educate these children. Because it don't start with us, it starts with these children. They need to know. So we need to start raising our sons to be husbands. And we need to start raising our sons to be leaders and raising our sons to be men, right? A lot of times, because the black community is a matriarchy, you're correct. A lot of the times, a lot of women raise the very same men that they complain about, right? They raise their sons to be soft little boys. They raise them to be son husbands. And unfortunately, they get older and they either turn to the streets or they become a homosexual. Or they're just weak men that don't know how to do anything. So we need to start being a lot harder on these young black boys. And when I say harder, that doesn't mean like treat them like nothing. What I'm saying is hold them accountable and hold them up to a standard that the black men that were growing up in a much worse time, the standard that they had, because they had their fathers and their mothers in their lives. And then for our black women, right, our black girls, we need to raise them to be wives, right? And the mothers need to instill the femininity into them. The mothers need to teach them and guide them correctly on how to dress at 14. A 14-year-old shouldn't be out at the movies with booty shorts on her stomach showing with a belly button piercing, right? That's not what we should be promoting to our young black girls. So all of these things need to be instilled in the home, number one, because that's the code, right? That's the code. It ain't no leader. The code is the leader, and it starts with the men in these households and the women in these households raising these children. So that's number one. The second thing, because you said a lot. What did you say after that? What did you say after that?
I guess I wasn't really speaking to future generations. I was speaking to the current women of this generation. I feel like in a lot of conversations with my friends, the men are complaining that there's no good women in 2025 because of the masculine feminine dynamic not being, equal. The women have more masculine traits.
Yeah. But the thing is, once somebody is too far gone, they too far gone. So conversations like this are important because we got hundreds of people that's listening and watching, and they can take this information and go talk to their friends and family about it, But some of these people are too far gone. And that's just why like a lot of people be coming at me because I be so like stern and to the point and just very direct. But that's because I don't have time. We don't got time to waste. Like these people are grown adults. We talking to 28-year-olds, 34-year-olds, 45-year-olds, 29-year-olds. Like you're a grown adult. You should know this. So I'm very direct and to the point when it comes to this stuff. And I think women need to start listening more and speaking less when it comes to conversations like this. And also too, women need to stop listening to guys that make them feel good. A lot of women gravitate towards people that make them feel good, right? For example, Shara Seven. Shara Seven is someone who gives women advice, but I always ask this question to women who listen to that type of rhetoric. Would you tell your son to deal with a woman? Or would you tell your 21-year-old son if he says, hey mom, I'm dealing with this girl, and that girl operates in the exact same thing that Shara Seven tells women to operate in? Would you want your son dealing with that woman? The answer is almost always no, unless they just want to disagree because they just hate all men, whatever it is. So I think we need to start listening to people who actually make sense and that are logical and that actually speak from a positive perspective and to talk about solutions, right? You know what I'm saying? Positive solutions and outcomes to help the people that's I guess old enough. But again, it starts with the children. Now, you made one more point. You made a point about you and your own life, and you made a point about your dating and the money. Well, this is the thing. You mentioned on your level. I noticed that you said that.
Yeah. Well,
saying yes can be hard with severe asthma, but you can say
yes
to few.
Go ahead.
I never meant out-earned. I meant more so of the fact that Black women now out-earn men in education, things like that. So we're more. That is.
You shut up! I'm so fucking scared right now!
Out-earning him in education. What does that even mean? Out-earning him in education. You mean like you guys enroll in school more than men? Because that's not actually an accomplishment. Because if you enroll in school more than men and ultimately end up making less than men, I see all that time as counterproductive.
Stop wasting my time.
Get back into the clip.
Said out-earn, and also we need to understand what
out-earn is.
Well, that why are you mentioning race though? Because you do realize that exists in every single ethnicity.
Understood. I said I was speaking from my point of view. Right. Okay. Because I'm a Black woman.
Yeah, but
so I can only speak from that.
When you say out-earn, that's usually talking about finances. Yeah, women, Black women.
You can out-earn someone in education. That's what I was saying.
You gotta let me finish. You gotta let me speak.
I thought we were having this going back and forth. I'm sorry.
You've been speaking. You spoke for a while, and you gave a whole like 5 to 7 minute point, and then I'm trying to respond to everything. But every time I say something, you keep cutting me off. I want to speak to your points, but it's hard to remember everything because you spoke for like 5 or 6, 7 minutes. So I want to be able to respond to you, but you keep cutting me off. So the point that I'm trying to make is, and again, you keep. It just seems like you keep trying to mention these things that Black women are doing. Black women are not out-earning Black men. Black women get more degrees than Black men. Those degrees exist. I have to move. I think this is part of the problem. Like you ask for solutions, and when the solutions are given, you don't want to stop talking. You just want to keep cutting me off and being combative because your emotions are at play. You gotta let people finish talking. I was quiet when you were speaking. I didn't even cut you off. I only cut you off at one point because you said that was incorrect. That's the only time I cut you off. You won't let me finish. I can't even get my point across.
Haven't we noticed a clear correlation between rather than be a ratchet woman, a woman who just is in the middle, or upper class, or women who think that they're upper class? No matter who the woman is, they all have a hard time respecting Black men on their own shows, on the internet. They claim that they want these podcasts to go away and that there are toxic things about male podcasts. But haven't you noticed? Black women can't even come onto these shows and show Black men baseline consideration a lot of the time. It's something that I noticed. If it's not Mr. Samuels or some of these panel hosts that we see day to day, it's typically the same thing. It's men begging to just be communicated with like a reasonable person.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is, through this point of education and having degrees, like that doesn't mean men don't date women for these things. And because you have a degree, that doesn't mean that you're making money. Because Black women are more into debt than Black men as well. Black men are more likely to go to trade school, become an electrician, become a plumber, right? So they may not be getting a degree from a university, but they're getting a certificate or they're getting some type of placement where they can now go earn real money. And they don't have to now take $60,000 and pay that back to the university. So we need to start adding context to these things that actually happen. And men that, even though black women, and again, I don't like to add the race to it, every woman in America who's a part of an ethnicity gets more degrees than their male counterparts, they still don't make more money because women are less likely to go into STEM fields, science, technology, engineering, and math. Women are more likely to go into child development. You just said education. Yes, there are more female teachers, but female teachers don't out-earn men who are in the STEM fields, science, technology, engineering, and math. So we need to add that context. So when you say level, right, your level doesn't go up in the dating market to men because you have a degree. Men don't care about your degree. We don't care about your money. We don't care about your car. We don't care about your status. We don't care about your business. What we care about is you being attractive, feminine, soft, and nurturing, and you're a woman of God that we want to marry. A man would choose a woman in the drive-thru at a Wendy's if she's a feminine, soft, attractive woman who wants to be a wife and a mother before he chooses the woman who owns the Wendy's. So I think the problem is we have a lot of women who are trying to become the very same men that they want to be with. Because y'all, I got my degree, I got my car, I don't need a man, I'm independent. Everything for a man is just a want. I don't need you. And that gets pushed into y'all's mindsets, and it's American women in general, right? Those things get pushed, and that makes a lot of men not want to be with you because when you speak on a woman's level system, you only mention degrees. If we really want to get down to it, we have to talk about things like weight. The average black woman is 187 pounds. That's true. That's not a diss. That's not a diss. That's true. Men want to be with women who they deem as attractive. So that's an issue that a lot of black women have to fix. That's the first thing. There are other things with, unfortunately, taking on these negative stereotypes of being strong and independent, which really got pushed by liberal feminist white women, because black women have always been like this with black men. Upwards into the early 2000s, when the feminist liberal white woman who's pushing all this feminism and all of that left that stuff, and black women took on that moniker, even though the strong independent woman stuff came from liberal feminist white women. So what I want you to understand is, if we're gonna fix these things, we need to have accountability across the board. And we're talking about women, because you brought it up in your own life. So I'm just speaking on the women. I can get on the men too, don't get it twisted. That needs to be fixed from a woman's perspective. And then, last point I'm gonna make, and then I'll give you the opportunity to speak. Last point I'm gonna make, when you, again, you said a lot, so I'm trying to get to everything. When you talk about the behavior, right? When you talk about like, well, I do these things. Men are not, and I want to mention this because this is, again, this is the last point I'll make. When women speak about like men are intimidated by my money or my degree, no, they're not. Men are unattracted to the behaviors that come with it. So when a woman that's a business owner, she's more likely to be combative, argumentative, rude, disrespectful, pompous, egotistical, and respectfully an a-hole. Let me ask the women in the live, and then I'm going to give Ashley the chance to speak. All the women in the live that are on my TikTok right now, what do you think are the negative traits that usually come with men with money? Can y'all comment those in the chat right now? I'm gonna let the women prove it to you. Ladies in my live on TikTok, comment all of the negative traits that come with men with money. What usually comes with men who make a lot of money? Usually those things that I just mentioned, right? But I'm gonna try to put them in the comments. Name the negative characteristics that come with men with money. Cocky, masculine personality, arrogance, overpossessive, cheating, okay, multitude of options, controlling, arrogant, control, manipulator. Okay, cool. Damn, we get it. Damn, relax. Proud, arrogance, indifference. Cool. What makes you women believe that the pride? Somebody said douchebags. What makes women believe, and it's not all women, close-minded. What makes y'all believe that those same negative characteristics cannot exist within women as well? You know, those aren't gender-specific traits, right? Anybody can be aggressive. Anybody can be controlling. Anybody can be an a-hole. Anybody can be a douchebag. Anybody can be anything. These are not gender-specific traits. So this is what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. These things tend to come with women, with anybody who are high-earning or have higher degrees. The difference is you ain't even out-earning the men.
This is Buick now. Buick, exceptional by design. Get 0.9% APR, plus current eligible non-GM owners get up to $2,250 purchase allowance on Encore GX.
What made me choose this program is the diverse.
Women don't out-earn men, and no race in America. Y'all don't out-earn men. No race. White women, Asian women, Latino women, black women. None of y'all out-earn y'all male. Y'all just get more.
I'm trying to figure out where this lie even started, but it doesn't matter. All that matters is that a lot of women bought into it, and it's actually hurting their dating life. That's what matters. Every time I hear a woman says it, oh, black women are outpacing black men. I'm like, where exactly? Because last time I checked, we're still earning more. So no matter what you're doing, we're still earning more. But they're like, but we got degrees. We have degrees. We got more degrees than you guys have. But if it doesn't earn you more money than the men, that means you're not outpacing. That just means you're going to school a lot. And good for you, I guess. Get back into the clip.
And still ain't earning this. Even though y'all are so-called more educated. Now you can speak. Now you got to speak. I'll be quiet.
I would like to first say I respect your platform and I would never outspeak you. I don't think I was trying to outtalk you. I was trying to clarify my point, which it did probably come off as that. I was not cutting you off. And even through this whole conversation, every time you spoke, I stayed quiet and I really did listen. I'm not a person that outspeaks. I was trying to clarify the point to get to the point where it's a lot.
Seriously?
Like I said, I was trying to find the point of like mass incarceration and labor exhaustion and just how that did set back the black male. Not saying labor-wise. I definitely feel like the black men.
Yeah,
I know that the black man earns more than women. Men in general still earn more than women. I wasn't speaking of it in that aspect, but I was speaking of it in the aspect of...
In what other aspect does it matter? You're like, black women are out earning black men in school. We don't make more money than black men, but it matters. Why does it matter? Why does it matter if you guys are enrolled in school more than black men if it doesn't ultimately lead to you making more money than black men?
I'm a dumbass. Insecurities in some male spaces that exist. And that's what I was trying to say. And it's due to stuff larger than us. Like I said, mass incarceration. There was a lot going on, systematic racism, things like that. And so, yes, black women do not out-earn black men income-wise, but I was saying black women never had to experience a lot that black men have. And therefore, education and things of that, even though, like you said, it's not linked to more success or anything like that, black women had an option to become more ambitious and like go and strive after stuff. Not to say that ambition left the black man community, but because of those aspects that has been put into our community, that has set black men back in mentality-wise, I'm not finances-wise. Some black men, let me keep saying that, not all, some. There is a demographic that we have to speak of, the average person. And that's just like I said, from statistics that I study for the work that I do. I never try to...
I don't give a damn what work you're doing. Your findings are bullshit. You women are not hustling so hard that it's discouraging a large demographic of men to not do well. Like, there's this demographic of black men out there that see how hard black women are killing it. And they're like, oh my goodness, black women have all these degrees and they're making all this money as independent women. You know what? I might as well not even try as hard as I can because these women are just too much to keep up with. Doesn't really sound right. Sounds like some shit you women made up in your mind to inflate your ego. Doesn't really sound like anything based in logic, but let's get back into the clip.
Everyone's saying in the comments that I don't listen. That's not true. I'm very submissive and I do listen.
I'm on your side. No,
I do listen.
Listen. I'm on your side. Don't worry about the comments. I'm on your side. All right? Me and Ashley like this. Don't worry about the comments. I got you. I'm on your side. Go ahead.
Yeah. All I was thinking is to that. So there's a lot of black men that, sometimes because of a lot that they've gone through, it makes them feel a little bit insecure, even though they won't speak it. But there is that. And it's like, how do you love them through that and not make them feel emasculated? And I'm not intentionally trying to, but that's just been my experience. I have no hard time dating. I'm married, but it hurts seeing a black man feel like he's not enough because of things that he has faced, adversities in life, and you're trying to be there for him, but you're trying to succeed as well in your own lane. And I can't dummy myself down, not to say it like that.
See, I don't care that you're trying to cry and do this whole emotional outcry shit because you work with black men and yada, yada, yada. You're trying to use all of that stuff to try to make black men look like they're behind black women and black men need black women. Like, black men have been so hurt and so beat down by the system. That's why they can't step up and be what they need to be. Or that's why they're having a hard time finding their way to black women. I don't really see what you're getting at. I think you're trying to make black men look like they're in a disadvantage. So we'll look like we need black women to have degrees and come in and save the day.
This is a fact. There's a lot of black men that can be lost because of a lot that they have faced in life. And I can't love you through that, but I can't also dummy myself down. And I'm not trying to, but I also want to be feminine, but it's hard for you to feel like the masculine when I had to be feminine because of life.
We hear this a lot. We hear women say, I had to be masculine. Because, you know, black men, because of what we went through systematically, black men haven't been able to step up. So we've had to be masculine. We've had to be the man also. I don't believe this. I believe you women became masculine on your own. I don't believe you women choose to rebel against your men because men weren't there. I believe a lot of you women have made all the decisions that have made the community what it is, and you don't want to answer for it. If there aren't men in the community, it's because we live in a matriarchy, because black women haven't picked in the right direction of men in, I don't know, ever when it came to picking a father. So now, if we don't have men to lead women properly, that's more at the hands of women than at the hands of men. But all you women are doing is crying to say, oh, the men need to step up. Well, they were raised by you.
Masculine because of, work. And I have a code switch, when I'm at work, obviously you have to put up your masculine because you're a leader. In my realm, I'm a leader in my boss, so I have to put my masculine. But at home, I'm feminine. But I don't know how to make you not feel emasculated.
Well, I'll say this. I think a lot of men already have this thought, and it's biology. It's just naturally within. We already have a thought in our head, like, Ashley out-earns me. So at what point does she wake up and say, I can do better?
Yeah.
So I think what'll help you, Ashley, is reassurance, honestly. Daily reassurance to your man. And any man, I think all men can agree with this, right? If your woman out-earns you, you don't know the day that she wakes up and says, I can do better. He's not doing what I want him to do. Any of us can, that can happen anytime. So we always have that fear in our head. So for me to give you any advice, if you don't know how, constant reassurance. If you genuinely believe what you believe and you genuinely feel how you feel, and I believe you, I think reassuring your man that he still is the leader, he still is the man that you love and appreciate, and it's not about the money, it's about who he is as a man, right? Because he's your husband. So whether he had $100 million or he had $0, as long as he got some type of ambition and grind, you know who he is in his heart, and that's the main thing. So we want to know that our woman is going to be loyal to us in that sense. So I think that reassurance, right? How often do you cook for your man?
I cook every day. I don't eat outside food. Like, I have kids, so I cook. Literally just finished cooking, and I'm emotional because I just said it. I lost my mom. I literally just lost my mom. So it's not like I don't do stuff like this, but people in the comments are saying.
No. Look. You don't have to explain yourself. Don't worry about the comments. Me and you talking. You don't have to worry about the comments. I'm not about to have you up here, and people gonna say what they gonna say regardless. I'm on your side. I told you that a few minutes ago. I'm on your side. It's fine. But I'm not, you ain't gotta go on, it's nobody business. Whatever you got going on ain't nobody business. F them people. I don't care about people talk about me all day. F them people. I'm on your side, Ashley. I'm not looking down on you. And majority of the women in here are on your side too. They may disagree with some of the stuff that you say, but that doesn't mean that we here to, my live ain't about attacking nobody. My live ain't about bringing nobody down. My live ain't about putting a light and bullying. My live is about positivity, finding solutions, and a little bit of entertainment and fun here and there. You know what I'm saying? That's what we talk about. So you can feel safe here. You good. It's all love. You know what I'm saying? A couple people in the comments, F them people. I'm saying F them people. And they ain't gonna talk about me. We good. Ashley, you good. You ain't gotta explain yourself. You're 100% fine. Trust me. I got a lot of respect for you because you keeping it 100. Most people don't even do that. Most of these dudes don't even do that. You good. You ain't explain yourself.
I'm glad that she was honest, but check this out. Her whole spiel is I'm doing so well in life, so I don't know how to make my man not feel emasculated because, he sees all this success I got. How do I make him not feel emasculated by it? How about this? Don't make him feel emasculated by it. That's the answer. But I think women find themselves in these positions where they're making more than their guy, and then they wonder why it's so hard for them to accept him in that position. And then they start to communicate with him different, and they start to expect things from him that they maybe didn't even expect, or they think that money comes with some sort of control, or they try to plan and do things without the man because they have this money, which goes against her being under his leadership. A lot of women think that if they have more money than their guy, then that means the guy has less say in her life, but she still wants him to defend her with his life, and he's still physically capable of doing things she can't do for herself yourself and for a longer period of time. But women of today want to act like this money technicality moves them over the man completely. There have been scenarios where women have inherited, I don't know, over $5 million, some excessive amount of money. And some wise women have transferred the inheritance over to the man who they were marrying because they just don't want the problems. And they understand that money doesn't bring them any more or less dating value than if they would have not inherited the money. So they give it to the man so that he can decide what to do with it. Talk about reassurance. You can say that you're reassured by somebody, but you can also put your actions to it. Like if you're this woman and you don't want to make your man feel emasculated, and you're this woman, you have all this stuff that you bring to the table, well, check this out. Does your husband have full control over everything that you earn while you're in the lead? Because you should fully trust his leadership if that's who you pick to be your man, rather if you make more than him or not. And I wonder what the answer to that would be. Listening to you speak, I don't think you probably even considered that, but I'm pretty sure you probably wouldn't want him in control of the money. You probably want to stay in control of your money, which means you're probably not as feminine as you think. Hit the subscribe button, also with the notification bell so you're notified every single time we post content just like this. Drop a comment, let me know how we did on the video. See you guys on the next one.
There you are. Oh! Someone or something peeks out from behind. There you are. Oh!
I've been a paramedic for almost 15 years, and I've had one call that has convinced me that ghosts are real. So buckle up. I worked for a 911 agency, had a call, a Signal 30, and a Signal 30 on the radio stood for an unattended expiring. It took them a while to be found. So in this instance, we got called for a Signal 30. Mama lives by herself, and the mailman, after about a week of mail stacking up in the mailbox, the mailman finally called the sheriff's office for a welfare check. The sheriff's office got there, found that Mama had expired, and so they called us, and we have to confirm that she had expired. Of course, it was hot. She had been in there for a little over a week. She had a pet. So I'll let you put 2 and 2 together, or 3 and 3 together, however you want to do that. We came out of the house, flies everywhere. I put some vapor rub in my nose, put a mask on, so I was taking that off. And I look across the street, and there's like a row of mailboxes across the street. So like everybody on that street gets their mail from the same spot. The little old lady was over by the mailboxes, and so I went over there to go check on her. I said, you know, is everything okay? Do you need anything? And she said, well, is Miss So-and-so okay? Mama that expired, she's, I think the ME came back and said that she had been gone for about 7 to 9 days so far. So just keep that in mind. She's been expired for about 7 to 9 days. And I have this conversation with the lady across the street. She says, everything okay with Miss So-and-so? I said, no, unfortunately, she's gone. She said, normally we come out here and check the mail, but we do every day at 5 o'clock and kind of, you know, talk for a few minutes and then we go our separate ways. She said the past like 4 or 5 nights, all she's been doing, she noticed that Mama was at the front window of the house gesturing to come inside. And that was last night, and the night before that, and the night before that. And Mama has been gone over a week. You put 2 and 2 together, that made the hair stand up on the back of my neck, and I don't think that lady realizes how lucky she is.
Okay, so right now I'm on New Orleans TikTok where they're talking about all the like haunted and like vampire stuff that's like happening to them. And I don't have like a lot of like stories like this, but I do have one of when I was an EMT, and me and my 50-year-old Christian woman partner who she does not believe in this stuff at all. We were taking this patient that was on a 5150 that was being extended. And so we took her to like a longer stay home, which I've never seen like a home like this in LA before. But it was basically like this wood house in Atwater Village. And the moment you pull up, it just looks like this wooden Victorian situation, like something you would see in a movie. Like if you've ever seen that movie Monster House as a kid, like that's what it looked like. And the vibes were just like not right as soon as you got out. But I was like, you know, whatever. We get out and this poor woman, she was just not doing well. She was, I don't think I'm allowed to tell you what was wrong with her. Anyways, we get out and she was like, please don't leave me here. Like I can see things and like she's like sobbing to me. She's like, please don't leave me here. But like, I have to, you know, like as much as I don't want to leave you here because it is fucking haunted, you can tell. What am I supposed to do? I'd be kidnapping you. Anyways, we get inside. We can barely get her freaking gurney in there. And we're taking her up to the room. The whole time she's just sobbing, this poor girl. And my partner just kind of attributed that to that obviously she didn't want to be in another mental health institution. But so we took her there, they did her vitals, they took her to the room and whatever, we were all done. We get in this elevator. We get in the elevator and I'm like nervous laughing just thinking about it. We like condense our little gurney and we close the elevator and it says 3, 2, 1 and those are the only buttons. So we click 1 and we stop at 1, the doors don't open, and then it just keeps going down. And I'm like, what the fuck? And the doors open, pitch black. It's pitch black. This is obviously the basement, right? It's pitch black, and you can't really hear anything except like this growling, and not like that, but like growling of like a machine or something. And it's just like really eerie, and the vibes, the energy was just sucked out. Like it's like negative energy. I'm pushing the button and she's looking at me like, Hannah, please push the button. And I was like, I'm trying, like, and pushing 1, I'm pushing 2, I'm pushing everything just so we could go up. And I'm not even shitting you when I say this. I say this with my whole heart. This is the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. We hear footsteps, slow footsteps, like a heeled man's shoe walking from the back of the room to the front of the room, but it's pitch black, you can't see anything. Slow footsteps, and she looks at me and I was like, and we're both pushing buttons. We're pushing the emergency button, we're trying to manually close it because something was wrong. They are about to like come in the elevator light. The footsteps are about to come in the elevator light, and finally it closes. We go back up to 1 and she is like pooping her pants. I am like shaken to the core, and we look at the security guard and I'm like, there is something wrong with your elevator. It took us to the basement. He said, we don't have a basement here, ma'am. We get back in the ambulance. We just had to sit there. We couldn't even clean the gurney for a minute. Like we had to sit there, and she said, what the fuck? This poor woman, she doesn't cuss. She's a good Christian woman, and we just never talked about it. And even talking about it is giving me like goosebumps, because
So I was a paramedic for 27 years, and a law enforcement officer was killed on a call helping me, so let's talk about it. A little bit of a backstory. My husband, at the time I was with my ex, I was with him for 25 years, and he was the boss at the ambulance district, and he also was assistant chief of police. So anything involving law enforcement hit really personal for me, rightfully so. So this has been like over 10 years ago, but my partner and I got a call at like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning for an unconscious female, and I happened to be Chris out to the ambulance, and I drove, which was very rare because normally Chris drove, and we were going like only 2 miles out of town. It was in the county limits, just right outside the city limits. So we pull on the road and we pull down to the end of it, and it's a dead end road. A dead end with a trailer on the right, and there was some woods to the left. I didn't see anybody, so I'm doing like a wide turn to turn around, And the headlights catch somebody in the woods doing this, flagging us down. So I get out and I hear the screen door at the trailer slam, and some guy comes up behind me and is like, hey, it's my mom. And I kind of like jumped. It scared me. And I told my partner, I was like, he gives me the heebie-jeebies, which was weird. I don't ever say anything like that. But we get out there, and it's his 2 sisters and his mom. His mom is unconscious. They said she'd been Mickey'd. And I was like, which I knew they were trying to say she'd been drugged. And I was like, where? They said they were at a party, but they didn't know what, but she had fell out on the way home. They were walking through the woods to get home. I knew she was faking. I've been a paramedic 27 years. I can spot bullshit a mile away when it comes, to medical stuff. And I knew she was faking because if you open someone's eyelids and you go to touch their eye, any person's going to blink if they're with it at all. And she was blinking, so I knew, but you still carry on, the way that you do with any other call. And the son was on my right-hand side talking to us. Well, the 2 deputies pulled up. It was a supervisor and a trainee who had only been out of the academy for 3 months. And he's like, what are they doing here? And I'm like, they respond to calls with us sometimes. Well, they come up and they were saying it was an open 911, which just meant there was somebody still on the call. They're like, where is he? Because there was a male caller. The son's the one that called. And I said, he's right. Oh, well, he was right here, but he's gone now. I didn't think anything more of it because I thought he probably just had a warrant, because some people just don't like cops, So we get the stretcher, and it's kind of muddy outside. We put her on the stretcher, and then we pop the handles on the side of the stretcher so that the deputies can help us carry her through the mud and over a railroad tie to put her in the ambulance. So they help us. We pop in the handles. We push her up in the ambulance and shut the doors. I go and get in the side of the ambulance and get in there to get in the back, and I lean over, start grabbing, the blood pressure cuff, and I just look at my partner. I'm like, just go. Like, in other words, I'm not going to stay and do a lot of things on the scene. Let's just get out of here. We only had like a mile to the hospital. So he gets out, slams the door, and before he can get in the driver's seat, we hear pow, pow, pow. We didn't know what was going on, who was shooting, why they were shooting. We hear screaming. We didn't know what was going on. Well, of course, my lady, all of a sudden, what's going on? And I'm like, shut up, just hush. Well, Chris gets in the front of the ambulance, and he's like, Chuck, they all called me Chuck. Chuck, get down, turn out all your lights. Or he said, I'm killing the lights, lock your doors. That's what he said. So I crawled to the back, and I locked the back door, locked the side door, and I'm sitting in the stepwell, and I called my husband. I'm like, oh my God, we're being shot at, which he already knew because he was listening to the scanner, and he's like, where are you at? And I tell him Nugget Road, I believe was the name of the road. And he's like, where? And I was like, we're in, I told him the town and stuff. And he's like, where? And I was like, could you just listen to me? And he's like, babe, you have an officer down, because he's hearing the scanner, which I'm not hearing. And so I hear somebody tapping on the window, and they're like, can you get him? And my partner's like, is the scene safe? Because they always teach you to make sure that you're safe first. We didn't know, like I said, who was shot or whatever. And they said he's been hit. And I told my partner, so I have to open the door. I can't leave him laying out there. I didn't know who was shot, where he was shot, anything like that. It was the trainee. And when I opened the door, the other deputy was like, you're lighting me up, which just meant I was, putting the spotlight on him. And I was like, I got to get him, throw him in here. And I see them doing CPR on the ground, on the trainee. Well, in my ambulance, you have the stretcher that normally sits in the middle. I had it over to the right. It's just the way to give us a little bit of room, walking room, I had my stretcher over there. So I had a little bit of space between the stretcher and the bench. And I said, throw him in here. So they threw him in head first. He had been shot, I believe it was a shotgun, right through the carotid artery. It went in his neck and out his neck, and then the slug caught over here in his vest. I knew he was gone, but I'm still going to work him. You can't do anything because it's hit a carotid artery. But anyway, the patient kept reaching down and like patting him and feeling him, like trying to figure out what was going on. And I was like, get your hand off of him. Well, the only thing I could do was just general CPR. Like I said, we were only a mile away. Everybody's screaming on the radio, so everybody knows there's something going on. I call the hospital on the radio, and I'm like, have a stretcher, have everybody waiting on us. We're working a full arrest. Like, I have 2 patients, officer down, blah, blah, blah. And so his head is kind of between my knees, and I'm leaned over doing chest compressions. And we pull up to the hospital, and they're all waiting, and they grab a hold of him, throw him on a stretcher, and they take over, and I fell to pieces. All that anxiety, everything just come out of me. I'm like bent over, sobbing, hysterical sobbing, because I was scared to death, you know. And I think the firemen took care of getting her out of the ambulance, but she ended up signing out AMA and leaving and going right to the scene to see what was up. Well, her son was the shooter, and he, I guess, got spooked by the cops. He was schizophrenic, paranoid, all that good stuff. So he was watching, aimed, waiting for law enforcement to get up there, and then he shot. Well, then he booked it and he ran. There was like a manhunt with so many law enforcement agencies there for not even, probably like 15 hours or so. And he ended up walking up to somebody's house saying, you know, turning himself in and say, you have to take me, because if I walk up to the cops, they're going to shoot and kill me. But anyway, I go back into the hospital, like into the ER, and I'm sobbing still. And I walk into the room, and I'm trying to help them, you know, work him and stuff. And they're like, just step back. And I was like, I'm fine. Just let me cry. I'm fine. And so we worked him, and of course he didn't make it. And it was so sad. I was covered in blood and crying still, because I was, like I said, I was scared to death. I see my husband's best friend owned a local funeral home. He walked in the door, and he just put his arms out, and I ran up to him and hugged him. He asked if I was okay and stuff like that. And I was like, no. It scared me to death. And then I seen my husband walk in. And you know, when you see your person and you're scared to death, you know, you just lose it, right? I lost it, and I stood up to run to him, and he walked right past me and went straight to law enforcement, and that broke my heart. You might think that I sound silly when I say that, but it just probably was the first time that I ever looked at my marriage like, he doesn't love me like he should. Like he wasn't worried about me. He walked right past me. Like, I just could not understand that in my mind. Anyway, that guy was locked up. They went to trial. They declared him unfit mentally for trial, and so he will spend the rest of his life in a a prison mental hospital or whatever. I don't really know anything that's happened beyond that with him, or I've not heard anything else. But we buried there was his funeral was so huge. There were so many law enforcement agencies there, and me and my partner put our badges in the casket. So he was buried with our badges, because, you know, he was there helping us and defending us. And it was kind of crazy, because I ended up, when I went to county jail, it was in that jail, and there were pictures of him hanging up, and I cannot tell you how many times I thought of him when I was laying in that building, you know, for 82 long days. But anyway, it was the hardest call that I ever ran. It was the scariest thing that's ever happened to me in my life, and I will never forget Deputy Chris Parsons. Anyway, I love you.
Good morning. My coffee's back there making, so sorry if you hear that. Ever since I started posting my, get ready with me and, the timestamps going to work as a paramedic, I have gotten so many messages, but the number one, DM that I get is, what's the craziest thing you've seen? Or what's the worst thing you've seen? Which is, the worst thing that you can ask a paramedic, or a nurse, or police officer, firefighter, that's the worst thing you can ask. I have a lot of wild stories. I've been doing this almost 20 years. I've seen some shit. The one thing that always gets people, and I've been like that since I started, I hate bodies. Dead bodies. I don't like them. One of the first times, I was still an EMT, I wasn't even paramedic yet. I went with my paramedic partner to pronounce somebody. They were in the bed, had been there for a while. But as we're standing there, my partner had already pronounced them. As we're standing there, I thought the guy started burping. Freaked me out a minute. Well, then other gases started releasing. I was 18 at the time. I didn't know it did that or sounded like that. Hang on, let me get my coffee. So, fast forward to about a year later when I got my paramedic, I had to go pronounce somebody. They were sitting, I had an EMT partner. This man was sitting in his recliner. He had gotten home from work. He had gone and got him a drink and gone and sat in his recliner to turn the TV on. He set his drink down. He could tell he'd taken his shoes off. And the TV had gotten cut on. This man's hand was still on the remote. He was still sitting there like he was watching TV. When I tell you, I was freaked out. I didn't want to walk around this man. I don't like scary movies either. So in my mind, like that never goes away. I'm scared they're gonna their eyes are gonna open and look at me or something. Like I know they're not, but I know they're not. A lot of times it regs. Like it kind of freaked me out to go up and fill a pulse and make sure that they were actually, I know it's not funny. It's not funny. And if you work in EMS, it's dark humor. I'm sorry. Like you have to get through it somehow, okay? But fast forward to when I started working in the ED. I started working in the ED part-time and then I ended up going full-time in the ER. They used to get the biggest kick because I wouldn't help this man body bag. I will do CPR on you. I will intubate you. I will push drugs on you. I will do whatever in the process of trying to keep you from dying or trying to bring you back. I will not, however,
damn you!
Help put somebody in the body bag.
Thanks, as always.
I will not. Sorry, that's where I draw the line. That is where I draw the line. So, if this is gonna be a thing,
how do you do?
We can do paramedic stories, but I need y'all to send me your stories too, because I want to hear them. Because I love wild and crazy stories, like going into the houses where you couldn't even put your bag or monitor down because there were bugs and things. Having to cut a hole in the side of the house to get the person out of the house. Just stupid. 3 a.m. my toe hurts. Or I have a toothache and it ends up being a STEMI. Anyways, there's some crazy stories, but I want to hear yours too. So send them. Okay, bye.
Okay, this story has a trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning. If you cannot handle with gore or gruesome stuff, keep scrolling. I was an EMT for many years, on-call EMT, and this is a story that I have carried with me. I've carried with me for many, many years, and in fact, it gave me PTSD. It was the very first call I ever went to as an EMT. So I'm driving, headed to the grocery store to get groceries, and my pager goes off. Woohoo! And all the pager says is, human versus construction vehicle. Human versus construction vehicle. I was right down the road from it. I was about 4 minutes away. I turn around, zoom there, and I'm thinking on the way, I'm like, all right, so somebody's probably pinned their leg under equipment. Somebody's probably lost their fingers on equipment. You know, I was thinking of things that were rational and things that I could do to help. So whatever the situation was in my mind, I would be able to help. You know, that's why I'm there. So I get to the scene and there's a bunch of men at the end of the driveway going like this, pointing. So I pull in. It's a long, steep dirt driveway. I parked at the bottom and they were yelling, he's up there, he's up there. So I grab my bag, my medical bag, and I start running up this driveway. And I come to the construction vehicle. It's a steamroller off of the bank side of the driveway, the embankment, on its side. I'm like, okay, so here's the construction vehicle. Where in the hell is the human? So I'm looking around. I don't see anything. I go further down the embankment and I see the human. What had happened was the cage that he was in, this steamroller where he was sitting, did not have a cage around him securing him inside in case it tipped over. There was no cage. There was no seatbelt. Okay, so he did not have a seatbelt on, and he was not caged in. He was not protected. What happened was he was backing the steamroller down the driveway. One of the back wheels hit the embankment. The steamroller went to roll down the embankment. The guy tried to jump out head first, and the bars to where the cage would be pinned him right on the back of his neck. Instant internal decapitation is what it was, and it was awful to look at. From the pressure of the construction vehicle hitting the back of his neck, it completely blew out the front of his face. His eyes were blown out. His face was blown out. You couldn't see a person. You could see the eyes. But other than that, all you saw was bone and tissue. It was awful. Needless to say, it was a code gray. I had to call it in, code gray, code gray. I still had, though, technically my job, I still had to check for a pulse, even though I knew rigor mortis had set in, flies had set in. It was quite clear that this gentleman was deceased, but I still had to check for a pulse. And that cold, hard, cold feel of somebody who's passed is just awful. But that was my very first call as an EMT for that town, for that department. And I got PTSD from it. It was awful to see. It's not anything I would wish on anybody to see. Make sure you follow me for more cool, raunchy stories.
Okay, I gotta tell you something wild. Stand by. Okay, had to get rid of that background noise. Okay, so I had a video about the haunted station that I was at in this little town, I don't know, a couple years ago. So, this whole town is crazy, okay? So, last week, my partner and I went on a call. And when we were there was our female patient and 2 males. They're all older, okay? And the one female and 1 male lived in that house. The other male had no idea who he was. Super nice, cute little old guy. Glasses, little bald cap. Didn't seem to be interacting with like the other people in the house, but he talked to like me and my partner. And anyways, we ended up helping the patient with their needs, left the house. That was that. Tonight, we get called to the same address and we show up and we're talking, and there's only 2. There's the female and the male in the house, and we bring up for some reason the other male. We said, oh, does he live here? Where did he go? Who was he? And they were like, what are you talking about? The guy that was here last week when we were here. No, there was no man here. Oh, that's probably our ghost. Excuse me? We were talking to him. He followed us out the front door to say goodbye when we left last week. They're like, yeah, there was no one here. We're the only 2 that live here, and no one would be visiting us at 5 a.m. And that description doesn't sound like anyone. The previous owner of this house, though, died here, and he haunts the house. That's probably who you saw. Okay, so now we have to try and find the land title and find the previous owner and find a picture of this fella. And yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna keep you updated because this is absolutely freaking insane. And if I find this picture and this is the man I was speaking to, I don't even know. We'll see. Okay, sweet dream.
So here's a quick story time for you guys, and if you don't know who it is, that's the sleepy paramedic. Make sure you're following him. But in regards to what he just said, my very first year working for a fire department, this was in a more rural area in Florida. I had a call in the middle of the night. It was between 2 to 3 a.m., right? And we ran 2-man rescues. So it was only 2 people on the truck. And we get a call, so we go out to this home. And again, this is the more rural parts of Florida. We go out to this home, and an elder had fell. So it's basically just a fall with injury, long story short. So we get to the house, and, you know, we knock on the door, nobody's answering. And we have to find a way to get into this house because, you know, this is the address. We double checked, we had the numbers, we had the street, everything was correct. We were at the right house, right? So the lead medic on the truck, because it was just her and me, the EMT. So the lead medic on the truck told me to go around the back and see if I can like knock on the door, get someone's attention. Again, this is the rural part of Florida. So I'll go around the back, I'm knocking on the sliding glass door and I'm peeking in. As I'm peeking in, I'm standing on this side of the door, and on this side of the sliding glass door, a shot fires out of the window, shatters the glass, and scares the hell out of me. I'm quick, fire rescue, fire rescue, fire rescue. And this guy comes out, and he's like, what are you doing back here? Like, a woman called, because a woman fell. You know what I'm saying? We got called, 911 call here. He said, oh, snap, that must be my mom. I'm sorry, man, I just saw a black guy in the backyard creeping in my house at 2:30 in the morning. And I was just like, all right, sir, let's let us in so we can go see what's going on. So, in reference to what my man said, yeah, scariest thing, showing up to somebody's house and they're not expecting you coming. It's crazy. Like, if I was just standing on the other side of the door, you guys would have never met me. But yeah, man, it's one of those things with the job. Just got to be careful out here. So from that day forward, I'm never first to go to anybody's house in the middle of the night. And I'm damn sure not one going around in the backyard. It only took me one time to learn that lesson.
We listen. And we do not judge. You and your partner decide that a sweet treat is required after dinner, but on the way to get said sweet treat, you get towed out to a call. You show up on scene to this call. And you walk inside the residence, and the walls are moving. The table is moving, the couch is moving, everything is moving. If you don't know what I'm referencing, that means there are so many bugs crawling on these surfaces that it looks like they are moving. So you burrito the patient as best as you possibly can. You get them in the truck, you get them to the hospital. And as soon as you are done transferring patient care over, you go outside and you and your partner soak each other in cans of Defend. 1 can per person. And it doesn't matter because you still find bed bugs on each other. So you call your chief and you say, hey, yo, buddy, I'm out of service. I gotta decom myself real bad. And he said, keep those bugs to yourself. So you run as quickly as you possibly can back to your station. You go straight to the laundry room and you strip down to your underwear. You throw all those clothes into the hottest water that washer can possibly offer you. And then you run across your station in just your underwear to the showers. Like across your station. In front of your coworkers. So then after you and your partner are done taking the hottest showers that station can possibly offer, your partner walks out of his bedroom and says, you wanna go get ice cream? Yeah, I do wanna go get ice cream. So the next time you see your coworkers running across the station in just their underwear after returning from a call, just listen, don't judge. They probably need some ice cream. Have a good shift.
Last time I told a scary EMT story, it went viral, and I have another one for you. So we got a call, and it was a chest pain call. Now, a chest pain is kind of like a general call. You really never know what you're gonna get because a lot of the time people have chest pain when other things are happening. And like when adrenaline is going off, like maybe you got stabbed in the leg and like adrenaline is happening, you're like, oh, I got chest pain, you know? The Leos weren't there. We didn't call the Leos because, like, why would you? Fire wasn't there, but we knocked on the door because we got there before. Someone let us in. They were like, hey, like, he's in the back. We're like, cool. We go in the back. Gives me chill. There's a man there. Shotgun. I don't know if I can say that. Like, like, through here. Like, he did it himself. Okay, DOA. I'm telling everyone, I'm like, DOA. Fire's on the way. They're coming in. They're like, okay. And they're like, well, who called? And I was like, I don't know. The guy just like answered the door. They were like, what guy? And my partner was like, I think he went to like towards the door. You must have passed him. It was like 5 or 6 like fire there, and like they're walking around, and I'm like, well, I kind of have a realization that it like the guy that answered the door and the guy who is DOA are wearing the same thing. The guy on the floor, you can't really make out his face because of like the injuries. I'm sitting there with the captain. He's like, was it that guy? I said, I know this sounds crazy. I'm talking to my partner. My partner's like, I swear to God, that is who opened the door. The captain's like, yeah, that happens sometimes. And I think about that a lot. He just wanted someone to find him, you know? I don't think you could tell, but it gives me chills every time I talk about it. But that's one of many scary stories I have as an EMT.
Just had one of the creepiest patients I've ever had in my entire life. Like, I don't even know where to begin, y'all. Like, this has me fucked up. Oh my Lord. I could not even finish that video last night, and I'm nervous even talking about it right now because I literally feel ill when I discuss what occurred last night. I don't know. Y'all, I don't know. We got called out to a involuntary transport, meaning that the police went out and decided that this person needed to be transported for whatever reasons. It could be that they're a danger to themselves, a danger to others, or just like gravely disabled, meaning they just can't take care of themselves. We go out there and I see a woman. It's freezing outside. She's not wearing hardly any clothes. She's wearing a thin dress that's like pulled to like her waist only. There's garbage everywhere. She was actively like scraping off her fingerprints like on the concrete, and she was speaking in a language I'd never heard. She was she would like come over towards me and then stop and just stare and get this like weird look on her face. Like a look like like pure evil. Not that she was gonna harm me, just pure evil. Then she kept switching, like her whole entire face would like contort and change. And in my head, I said, this feels evil. I was like, I started praying in my own head. And then she goes, I see God all around you. Good. I'm glad that you do. She then said mother and said my mother's name. I didn't acknowledge it. And then her voice would change again, and I would hear, help me. And she would start bawling. And then there would be this shift. And then she would start with the most like animalistic, guttural. I'm freaking myself out talking about this because I'm home alone and I gotta go to work again tonight. I'm wearing a cross tonight. Inhuman noise. And then just look at me and laugh. And she would like point her tongue out, and it would like get all like pointy, and every noise I'm jumping. I truly believe that this woman was possessed. I've seen thousands of schizophrenics and other mental health patients. This was different, and it's got me fucked up.
This story from an EMT creeped me out. They responded to a call for a car accident, and despite their best efforts, it was fatal for a 16-year-old girl. While they were there, a truck came flying up the road, and a man got out and said, "Where's my daughter?" But they hadn't contacted any family members yet. He said he had gotten a text that said, "Daddy, I need you," with her location, but her phone had been smashed into pieces.
Alright, so saw this thing the sleepy paramedic put onto his page as I was scrolling TikTok about how he had a call, or his worst scenario was a call to the middle of nowhere and the door is unlocked and it's just like eerie as shit. Well, I actually have a story about that. So we were called, I think it was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and we were called to a 911 disconnect. What that means is someone called 911, the call taker answered, didn't hear anything, and then the line disconnected. So we get dispatched, PD gets dispatched, fire gets dispatched. Well, we arrive on scene and we're not finding anything or anybody, so we canceled fire. And we are casually just looking for somebody that called 911. And PD's looking, we're looking, and we're in this weird building, which is known for having squatters, or homeless population go there just to have shelter from the elements. Well, we get there and can't find anything. And we're walking down this one hallway. And keep in mind, this shit's like pitch black dark. We're using our flashlights to see. It is straight out of a horror movie. And we just hear a blood-curdling scream. At which point, me and my partner look at each other, look at PD. We said, you guys can handle this. We're getting the fuck out.
Nope.
We walked out, and PD is following right behind us. They're like, nah, we're good. There's nobody in this building, and someone just screamed.
That's some Annabelle shit.
Hell no! And we literally walked to the ambulance, sat in the ambulance. PD called for a couple other officers to come with them because they didn't want to go in alone. And they come out, and this officer's like jacked. He's ripped.
stuck.
He's like, yeah, like he is huge. He looks like he lifts for a living. And he's like, and he's one of the officers that like I would love to have my bag. He's a badass. He wouldn't like at all. Nothing could scare him. He comes out, he's like, I am not going back in that fucking building. There's nobody in there. We've searched head to toe. It is vacant. There's nobody in there. And I was with you. We heard a blood-curdling scream. Hell no, we're not going there. So, that is by far my scariest 911 call I have ever been on. I was terrified. I don't want to go ever to that building. I think it actually got demolished.
You need Jesus.
Yeah.
You need an exorcist.
I'm gonna go there next time with a priest.
Are you sure? Because EMS stories are not for the faint of heart. I'm gonna give you a minute to skiggity scroll before I start telling the story. Alright, well, all the trigger warnings, I guess, because it will be gross, it will be disgusting, and I do got a cuss to tell these stories. So we're gonna call this story Sludge Sock Sam. Sam not being the patient's actual name because we're not going to violate HIPAA laws. So, once upon a time when I was still a very fresh new baby basic, my partner and I were called to the scene for a welfare check. The month was August, the day was hot, so let that set the tone for you. I'm sweating balls in this uniform that day. We got called there for a gentleman who hadn't been seen by his neighbors in days. So automatically we're all like assuming the worst, right? Nay, this man was alive, but his house was in complete shambles. I mean,
The probability of me understanding this is 0.
You should AI that with Copilot.
Explain it to me like...
In 1994, a dead man called a parapsychologist on the phone and she recorded it. Disturbingly, that recording still exists and almost nobody has been willing to believe it. You won't want to miss this one. This video is sponsored by Beam. I didn't realize how bad my sleep actually was until I started getting good sleep. I spend a huge chunk of my time reading about, well, a lot of dark stuff. I mean, disappearances, hauntings, cases that nobody can explain, and a lot of that happens even into the night. So by the time I actually try to go to sleep, my brain is just so wired from the day. I mean, I'm lying there in the dark, and instead of winding down like a lot of people do, my mind just locks onto whatever it was I was researching or just tasks I have to do throughout the day. You know, the busyness of life, and then I'd wake up the next day and I feel like I barely slept. And maybe for you, it's work or stress or your brain just not being able to shut off at the end of the day. Unfortunately, that's where Beam's Dream comes in. You put a scoop into some hot water or warm milk or whatever you want to do with it. Drink it about 30 or so minutes before you go to sleep. You know, turn off your screens, maybe read a book to help tire your eyes out. and it does wonders. What's great is that it tastes like hot chocolate, so it doesn't even feel like you're taking something. It just feels like a nightly ritual. And I like that it's not loaded with junk. Dream uses ingredients like reishi, magnesium, L-theanine, melatonin, and apigenin to help your body relax and settle into a real sleep cycle. And there's also a melatonin-free version as well. The biggest difference is that I fall asleep faster, I'm not as restless in the middle of the night, and I can actually feel rested in the morning. Which, when you're like me and you're trying to run a machine, a company, manage employees, and keep the YouTube thing going, well, it can take a lot out of you. And if there's anything I learned the older I get is that rest is so important. I really think you should give this a shot. Simply head to shopbeam.com/WLB and use my code WLB to get up to 35% off. The link and the code are right at the top of the description and pinned in the comments. So go check it out. Maybe you can get some good sleep after this one. And well, let's get back to the episode. On the morning of January 27th, 1994, a 67-year-old woman named Sarah Estep was sitting at her desk in her office in Maryland doing paperwork. It was about 11:45 in the morning, and then her phone rang. Sarah picked it up, but before she could even get out a hello, a voice was already coming through the line. It was a man's voice, and it said, "This is Konstantin Radeve." Now that name meant something to Sarah because she was a parapsychologist and she had studied the work of Konstantin Radeve for decades. She knew exactly who he was, and she also knew that he had been dead for 20 years. But Sarah did not panic. She didn't drop the phone, she didn't hang up. Instead, she calmly reached over and she pressed record on a tape machine that she kept wired directly to her telephone. For someone in Sarah's line of work, that was just standard practice. You always kept a recorder handy in case you ever caught something worth keeping. She spoke and asked a simple, direct question. "How are you, Dr. Radeve?" But her own question didn't make it onto the tape because the recorder had only just started rolling. But his answer did.
I'm as fine as a dead one can be. Dear Sarah, thank you very much for everything you did for the propagation of the voices. We tried and we succeeded in building this bridge to the States. You are one of the first who are contacted by this meaning. Thank you very much for all the work you did. We are very proud and honored that we could contact you. I must interrupt now. This was the first contact. This was Konstantin Radeve speaking.
Thank you so much.
Now, who exactly was Konstantin Radeve? Well, he was a serious academic. This was a man who had studied across all of Europe. He had been a student of the famous Swiss psychiatrist Carl Jung, and he had worked as a university professor, and he was a devout man of faith. By every measure, he was a serious, credible person. But the thing Radeve became known for, the very thing that Sarah Estep had spent decades studying, was a field called EVP, Electric Voice Phenomena. Now, the basic idea behind it is that you can capture voices on a recording device, voices that nobody had actually heard in the room at the time, and that only turn up later when you play the recording back. Radeve is widely considered the very father of the entire field. But Radeve himself came to all of this back in 1964 when he read a book by a Swedish researcher named Fredrik Jürgensen. Jürgensen claimed that while he was out recording bird songs, he had somehow accidentally captured human voices on his tapes, voices that had no business being there. Radeve went to go meet Jürgensen, and in 1965, he sat in on one of these recording sessions himself. And folks, it was during that session that he heard a message on one of the recordings that referenced a woman named Margaret Patrizuki. Margaret had been a close friend of Radeve's, and she had recently passed away. Because of this, he became convinced that this message was meant for him. And from that moment on, he was all in. He devoted the rest of his life to his work. But he didn't do it quietly tucked away in some corner. Instead, he wanted as much scrutiny as possible. So he brought in skeptical engineers and physicists and journalists to watch him work and to try and catch him in faking it. See, over the years, he accumulated more than 100,000 recordings. His preferred method was to use a bare crystal radio circuit that he called the diode, which he considered his cleanest channel. When engineers examined those diode recordings, they confirmed that there were no normal radio signals present that could possibly account for the voices. In 1971, Radave published his findings in a book called Breakthrough. The work was genuinely hard to dismiss. The engineers could not explain the missing radio signals. Phonetics experts who studied the structure of the voices concluded that many of them seemed authentic. His research didn't convince everybody, but it forced people to admit that something was being recorded in those sessions. Near the very end of his life, something in Radave shifted. He stopped sounding like a detached researcher and began sounding more like a believer with a mission. He made a promise to all of his colleagues, and he told them that if he died first, he would try to make contact from the other side. He said he would speak,
Thanks, as
and that
always.
he would be heard. On September 2nd of 1974, Konstantin Radave died in Germany at
Seriously?
65
Damn
years
you!
old. We know, of course, that that
Nope.
is not how the story ends, because 20 years after Radave died, his voice came through Sarah Estep's phone on an ordinary January morning. And Sarah Estep was not somebody who was easily fooled. You see, Sarah was, without exaggerating, the central figure in American EVP research. Over the course of her career, she professionally recorded somewhere around 25,000 voices. And she built a system for grading the quality of these recordings. Just a simple Class A, B, and C scale. That became the universal standard in the entirety of the field. In fact, to this day, anyone anywhere who grades an EVP by its clarity is using Sarah Estep's system. So when a dead man said her name through her phone, she knew exactly what she was hearing and knew that it just wasn't possible. But she was not the only one. On that exact same day, January 27th of 1994, a man named George Meek picked up his telephone in North Carolina. George was a parapsychologist as well, the developer of a spirit communication system called Spiricom. And when he answered, the same voice was on the other end of the line. George, like Sarah, had a recorder wired to his phone, and he captured the entire exchange.
Good morning, this is George Meek. This is Konstantin Radave. George, my friend, at last we succeeded in contacting you. Jeanette
One pair of Virginia special running shoes.
These really are a fancy and give you all a love.
I bet these are comfy enough to make anyone to hop around like a bunny. Yeah, and I'm sure they'll look great on you too.
I suppose that you can hear me. I can hear you very well, very plainly.
I'll need them
Fine,
eventually.
so this is the beginning of a new story, a new chapter, George. You are a very good friend of ours, even if we haven't met. We will continue this. This is the first bridge we succeeded.
Didn't take you for the paranoid type. What's next? Big Brother
Mark
is
was
watching.
connected, and I must interrupt now. Thank you, dear friend.
Now there was a third researcher, a man named Mark
11 p.m. in
Macy,
the town
out in
square.
Colorado,
First, I
the
have
same
to
Mark the
shoot,
voice
and
mentioned
now she
on
wants me to
George's
go on a
call.
late-night
And as
date.
it turned out,
Talk
Mark
about
had actually been contacted just a few days before Sarah and George. But on that first call, he didn't have a recorder running, so nothing was captured. On February 11th of 1994, the voice called Mark again. This time, Mark wasn't home, and the voice left a message on his answering machine. That recording survives.
This is Konstantin Rodiv speaking. We just tried to contact George Meek. We succeeded, but he didn't get what we wanted to tell him. Here we were talking to him that we tried to make a mediumistic contact to Gene Peterson, and he wanted to register by other means, electric means. There will be no telephone contact rather to your RTC group, click Mark, until you will have strengthened the bridge, the mediumistic bridge, to our time stream group. This is Konstantin Rodiv speaking.
There's just too many steps to finding a therapist. It takes 5 minutes. They're probably all booked. Meet a great one tomorrow. Can't.
There was at least one more. A researcher named Walter Uphoff, up in Wisconsin, who was also contacted, though no recording from his call survived. This was not one woman receiving one strange call. This was multiple researchers in different states, all receiving nearly identical contacts within days of each other. The same voice, name, and the voice was aware of all of them. It referenced them to each other by name across different calls. It described what it was doing as a deliberate, step-by-step effort. Now, there's something very important to understand about Sarah Estep, because years before any of those calls came in, back when Sarah was a little girl, she went to visit her grandparents, who ran a funeral home. The family lived on the second floor right above it, and during that visit, somebody brought young Sarah down into the room where the bodies were prepared, and she saw a man lying in a casket. Now, most children would have been terrified by that, but she wasn't scared at all. She was fascinated. And in fact, she started sneaking back into that room on her own, just to look into the other caskets. And the experience left her, even as a young child, with a firm conclusion about death. And so she decided that death was simply the end. It was final. There was nothing after it. And as she would put it, death is a casket. Sarah carried that belief with her all the way into adulthood, and she never told a single person about it. Years later, when she was an adult and deep into EVP work, she captured a message on one of her recordings. It was a clear voice, and what it said to her was this. Something on the other end of that recording knew the private conclusion Sarah had drawn as a 5-year-old girl standing over a casket, a conclusion that she had never once said out loud. There's also the case of Jules Hosh Fischbach. Jules was a researcher who had been receiving contacts from a voice claiming to be Konstantin Rodiv. And after several recordings, Jules decided to ask the voice for proof. He wanted to prove that it was really who it said it was. And the voice gave him a telephone number, a number in Switzerland, and told Jules to call it. So he dialed the number, and he had no idea who was going to answer. A woman picked up, and she gave her name as Anna-Marie Morgenthaler. Jules explained the situation, as strange as it was, and Anna-Marie was nearly overwhelmed, because she told him that she had been Konstantin Rodiv's personal secretary for more than 10 years. Jules had sent her copies of his recordings, and just like everyone else who had known Rodiv in life, Anna-Marie listened and she confirmed it. That voice was his. Now, for this to have been a hoax, a faker would have to do something extraordinary. He would have needed to know the private telephone numbers of Rodiv's former personal secretary, a woman who was not a public figure, in an era well before the internet. He would have needed to plant that number through the fake voice. He would have needed to gamble that the researcher would actually ask for proof, and then gamble that he would actually pick up the phone and call it, and then hope that the impersonation was good enough that the secretary herself, a woman who had worked beside Rodiv for a decade, would actually hear it and confirm that it was him. I mean, this is an enormous amount of obscure knowledge and just lucky guessing to string together. It really does make fabrication extraordinarily unlikely. But there's one more case, and maybe the strangest of all. A German professor named Ernst Sinkowski received a phone call from a voice, except this voice did not claim to be Radeve. It instead claimed to be Friedrich Jürgensen, the very man whose book had started Radeve down this path in the first place. And Jürgensen, like Radeve, had been long dead. Now, the call to Sinkowski came at a very particular moment because he was being visited by a television crew from France, and almost nobody knew that crew was there. The date of their visit had been changed at the last minute, so only a very small circle of people had any idea it was even happening, and yet the voice on the phone thanked the French visitors by their nationality. It knew they were in the room. Now, according to Sinkowski, that was information that simply was not available to anyone on the outside. Now, the question is obvious. Is any of this real? Is the voice on these recordings actually Konstantin Radeve? The recordings from Sarah, George, and Mark were all compared against archived tapes of Radeve speaking while he was still alive. An analyst examined the pitch of the voice, the cadence, the intonation, even the spacing of the breaths between the words. And the match was described as striking. It was not perfect. Phone line audio is lower quality than a clean studio recording, so there is an inherent difference there, but the core characteristics, all the little idiosyncrasies that make a voice identifiably one specific person's, were consistent. And colleagues who had actually known Radeve in life sat down and they listened, and they reached the same conclusion. It was him, not a mimic or an impersonator. However, there is one real complication. Konstantin Radeve was Latvian, and he spoke several languages, but fluent conversational English was not considered one of his strengths. And yet, the voice on these calls speaks clear, articulate English without any hesitation. And so that really leaves you with two possibilities. Either this was a living person, someone who genuinely spoke fluent English, performing as Radeve, or language simply works differently wherever this voice was calling from. And it's worth remembering that the EVP voices that Radeve collected during his own life were strange in exactly this way. They blended multiple languages together in a single phrase, switching from one to another mid-sentence, and a compressed, almost mechanical delivery, with the grammar more or less collapsing. Now, there's a very skeptical, straightforward response to all of this, and it does deserve to be taken seriously, because the simplest explanation is that somebody had to have faked it. All these researchers were publicly known people, their names, their work, their affiliations were out in the world. So someone who knew what Radeve sounded like and who knew his career could have easily impersonated him. You wouldn't even need any advanced technology to do it. Just a decent impression and a phone book. And that English problem actually cuts in the skeptic's favor. If the real Radeve didn't speak English well, then a fluent English speaker on a phone line
Hey! Oh. Hey! Seriously?
just want to go wherever you're pleased. Or what about meeting Elizabeth? Go on, get up.
Hey, hold on. Come on, lady, have some mercy. I can't keep up. I'm so out of breath. I should have never stopped going to the gym. This sucks. Whoa! Oh my god, what the hell?
Alexis, activate turbo mode.
Wheelchair, AI, Alexis. Yes, ma'am. Now activated. Turbo mode.
Hey, no fair! Hey. Now, Brother Badger, I've got a proposition for you. Come on, just imagine it for a sec. World without war, huh? Okay. You're not the type for talking things through.
Pulling my leg.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 嗯哼。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。
Hmm.
嗯哼.
嗯.
嗯哼.
Hey! Damn you!
Inspiration strikes! This is my next masterpiece! Oh. Huh? Indeed. Indeed. Oi!
Hey!
Well, I'll be. Hello again, love.
Seriously? Seriously?
Good one.
Yeah.
Oh. Good one. How could this be?
Huh?
Freshly baked.
Can I trouble you?
Yeah.
Inspiration strikes! Oh. Huh? This is my next masterpiece!
Does this smug asshole ever stop going on and on? How long do I have to listen to this low-rent author toot his own horn? If there's a hell, I'm in it. Ugh, I made sure the food was still hot, too. Eating food before it goes cold is the polite thing to do, right? Alright, I'm taking a bite. Just a little one. Holy crap. It's so good. What the hell? Something feels weird.
Thusly, and therefore.
He's still at it. Yeesh, not even the dogs can take it. Huh? Sounds like that dog's really far away. I smell something too. It almost smells like roses? I didn't smell anything a moment ago. What the hell? Now it feels like my body's super light. Holy crap, I need to run. I feel like I want to run a whole marathon. Okay, I'm gonna do it. A little run can't hurt, right? I feel so light. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
Obviously, once Naomi, seeing as we don't want to hold the story up. Yeah, huh? God damn. Hey, I must have dropped it while I was running it. Wait, now that I'm a dog, I can finally. Booyah! You just want to go. What about meeting all you... You just want... What about all you...
I'll keep this on me, just in case. This is why I hate this shitty countryside. Happiest town in the world, my ass. This place really is goddamn hellhole.
Hey, you! Wait! Are you the one who killed Elizabeth?
Oh, no. I feel really sleepy. No, not now. Damn it.
Goddamn hellhole!
Oh, jeez.
You might think it best, but it's no skin off my nose. Go get it.
Thanks, as always. I'm stuffed. Woo! Woohoo! Woo! Phew! I'm stuffed. Woo! Phew! I'm stuffed.
Lobster! Hey, what's your game? What's that?
Seriously? Damn you!
all be dead unless you've got some cash on you.
Did someone say cash?
Ah! Damn you! Nope.
Honestly, you were supposed.
Points toward a living performer, not a dead one. And of course, there's also objectivity, which might be the most damaging. You see, a person who received one of these calls had spent their entire career hoping for exactly this kind of contact. None of them were neutral observers. They had decades of professional identity built on the idea that the dead can speak. And when a piece of evidence seems to confirm your life's work, you're probably the worst person in the world to judge whether it's actually real. These are not cheap objections. They are serious, and they deserve consideration. But then how come none of the calls ended with a dial tone, and it's exactly the kind of small detail that a hoaxer would overlook? And back in those days, it would have been very difficult to fake without specialized phone switching equipment. Now there's also responsiveness, because there were clearly not pre-recorded messages being played down a phone line. Sarah Estep asked the voice a question, and it answered her directly, even with a flash of dark humor. George Meek had a real back and forth with the voice, responding to what he said as he said it. He simply can't do that with tape. For as long as this subject has existed, we want the evidence, something. Give us something we can actually verify. Well, there are the recordings. Here's something verifiable. Here are multiple independent witnesses in different states capturing the same voice within days of each other, and it's strange. Now, I'll tell you something really interesting. You've all heard the audio now in this episode. So, for those who want more evidence, what would that look like? Because in this case, We have more than most courtrooms would require to establish a person's identity. We have clear speech, we have responsive real-time dialogue, multiple recipients, we have forensic voice matching, and we have a confirmed phone number that led to a real person. And a lot of people still reject it because they just can't handle the idea that this came from somebody who's no longer living. So the real question here isn't actually whether this case is genuine. The real question here is whether we built ourselves a framework where nothing could ever qualify because we have decided in advance that the dead simply do not speak. Konstantin Raudive spent the last 10 years of his life recording 100,000 tapes, and he sat in that room day after day, listening so closely that his own doctors told him he was destroying his hearing. He believed the dead were speaking, and almost nobody believed him. And then he died. And then, apparently, he spoke, gave his name, referenced people by name, provided a phone number that could be verified, held a real-time conversation with living people who recorded every single word, and nobody believed that either. Raudive promised that if he died first, he would try to reach back from the other side, and the recordings suggest that he kept that promise. Now, I'm gonna go off script a little bit here, and this is my personal belief and opinion. Now, is this genuine and real? I believe so. But I do not believe that it was Raudive reaching out from the other side. I believe that it was demonic. Evil exists all around us. They've been here long enough to watch you. They know everything about you. They know all your speech patterns, your behaviors, your likes, your dislikes. It would be so easy to come back from the dead and convince people, colleagues, friends, that it's really you, imitating you. Because in life, they knew everything about you. They were watching you your entire life. Of course they can impersonate you. And what's the big reasoning for this? Why would they do this? To lead your soul away from Christ. However, while that is what I believe, none of us truly know for sure. And as disturbing as these recordings are, folks, it all remains a mystery. And because you guys made it this far, I want you to all comment down below Konstantin Raudive, so that way I know who made it to the end and who didn't. And if you guys enjoy this kind of content where we deep dive into the mysterious and supernatural, what are you waiting for? Smack that like and subscribe button right now for more content just like this. And never forget, I love you all. Keep an open mind, and I'll see you all in the very next episode.
Who's coming in the driveway?
My daughter is being treated for leukemia.
Oi!
Don't be afraid if you see them. They're not here to hurt nobody. They're here looking for food. They're here to explore. And maybe one day they'll come up and pat you on the shoulder. We don't know that yet. Nobody does.
did he do nothing wrong? Or like he did nothing wrong. I would say he was still aggravating the other individual. The guy came up to him, said, "Oh, don't say I'm gonna chimp out," and he went, "Are you gonna chimp out?" That in its sense is aggravating the other person.
That does not justify the person to punch you in the face and take you to the ground and then follow you after you've walked away. If someone insulted you, right, and then punched you in the face, I would fight for your ability to punch that guy back in the face and defend yourself, up to and including deadly force if needed.
Myron Gaines absolutely obliterates this liberal attacking Chud the Builder in this heated college debate, as this liberal tries to call out Chud the Builder as a criminal, and Myron Gaines step-by-step shreds this argument with detailed facts crushing the racist woke narrative the left is trying to push. Let's get in.
So, Chud the Builder and like people like Gypsy Crusader, they provide nothing.
Sure.
Like Gypsy Crusader goes on like Omegle and like yells at little kids and says the N-word to them. That provides nothing for anyone. People like Chud, like he's going around harassing people, and so when armed conflict comes towards him, when he like gets scared and he ends up shooting someone and goes to jail, he was still harassing those people. So that's why the police arrested him and detained him in the first place.
Okay, so with your argument about like, you know, you says it does nothing for society, well, that's entertainment. I would argue most entertainment doesn't really do anything besides give people entertainment, right? Like, it just comes down to what type of entertainment do you subscribe to, right? Some people like watching Gypsy call people niggers. Some people like watching, Chud the Builder walk around and antagonize people. Some people like watching Kai Cenat. Some people like watching, Hulu. Everyone has different things that they're entertained by, right? It's entertainment, unfortunately. Now, when it comes to the whole Chud the Builder thing, let me be clear about this. I don't agree with walking around and antagonizing people and calling them slurs. I don't agree with that. But I'm able to, remove my personal disagreement with the content style to analyze the facts of the case. Whether it's Alex Preddy, Renee Good, etc., we have to look at things objectively, especially when it comes to use of force. So, when it comes to the Chud the Builder thing, what do you think is like, because I'm talking about the actual shooting when I say did nothing wrong. So what is your argument there?
Well, you can't, I guess that lethal force in that sense, I don't think that's viable in like what happened, because the guy was coming at him and he shot him, right? But that, I think, like, he didn't do it, he did something wrong there. He got arrested for that because he was harassing the person. So he shot the guy because the guy was coming at him. Like, we agree on that. Like he was able to shoot the guy to defend himself. But that doesn't justify that he did antagonize in the sense of a crime, because he was harassing the person. That's what it is in the first place.
Okay, let's have fun with this. I'm going to do a thought process here with all of you guys. I'm going to give you guys all the facts of what transpired on that day, because I don't think you know all the facts, which I'll go ahead and I'll give you guys the facts. And I want you guys with a raise of hands if you agree or disagree, okay? I want to make this like a thought thing. So let's go through with what actually transpired on that day when Chud the Builder got in the shooting. So on that day, he was there for court, and so was a guy named Joshua Love, a.k.a. Joshua Fox, okay, government name. This guy, Joshua Fox, was there, I think, for a child custody case or, child support, and Chud was there for some, like, civil case, regardless. So they were both lawfully there. So Chud is walking around, and he's walking with a selfie stick streaming on a website called Pump Fun, which this video is going to come out very soon. While he's streaming, some individuals point and laugh at him. So he's like, oh, let me go see what they're doing. He goes over, later identified as Joshua Love. Hey, you like my suit, blah, blah, blah. The guy basically insinuates, hey, get the fuck out of here, right? Now, Josh Love, to be clear, knew who Chud the Builder was because he had made a post on Facebook back in January saying that if he sees him, he's going to fight him, okay, to boost his Twitch career. This came from his Facebook that he posted back in January. I digress. So Chud walks away with his selfie stick streaming. Joshua Love walks up to him, okay, and closes distance. This is all shown on Pumped Out Fun. I've confirmed this with looking at the investigator who testified. They showed the surveillance footage, as well as people that saw the Pump Fun stream on that day. So as he's walking away, the guy walks up to him saying something along the lines of, I have PTSD, I'm a veteran, you better not say that chimp out shit to me or call me a nigger, and there's going to be problems. As he says this, he's closing the distance with Chud. Chud takes a bladed stance, right? Something similar to this, and reaches in his jacket pocket, okay? Presumably to potentially reach for his firearm. As Josh comes up to him, he says, or you're going to do what? You're going to chimp out? Josh strikes him, punches him. Camera falls to the floor. We don't really see what happens there. But what ends up happening is they end up going to the ground. Now, as they're going to the ground, shots are fired. And this came directly from the investigator on the case saying this, that the shots were fired as they were going down to the ground. Now, I don't know what your proficiency is with firearms is, but anyone that, carries a firearm or law enforcement or whatever, they will tell you that going to the ground with a gun is a very bad place. You want to create distance when you have a firearm because they can take the gun from you. It's actually very easy for someone to take a gun from you and strip it from you. That's why they teach you, one of the number one things they teach you is gun retention in a physical conflict with law enforcement. So now he's going to the ground with an individual armed. The other thing that people will tell you is never go to the ground in a street fight. It's very dangerous. Even trained MMA fighters and BJJ fighters who are experts at going to the ground will tell you, always stay on your feet in a street fight because you don't know who else is there. You can get kicked in the head, etc. Now, that's when the shots were fired. And then also, this fact came out during the testimony as well from his defense attorney. He was also in a headlock. Now, at first I was like, this doesn't make sense. But then I thought to myself, wait, he shot himself during the altercation. So that would make sense where you would accidentally shoot yourself. Obviously in a panic or a fury, we don't know if he was reaching for his gun or whatever, but that would make sense as to why he might have shot him and also shot himself. Now, let's go through the facts again. You're walking. Someone closed the distance on you. You live in the state of Tennessee. You do not have a duty to retreat. It's a stand your ground state. Someone comes up to you saying, I got PTSD. I'm a veteran. What does that imply? I used to serve in the military. Okay, I have PTSD. You can imply from that. Man, this guy might have killed some people. He's crazy. Okay? And then he says, you better not say that XYZ stuff to me, blah, blah, blah. Right? He punches you. Right? You're going to the ground. You're armed. You're also potentially in a headlock. It's a struggle. Would you fire a weapon at that point? Raise of hands. If you would fire a weapon at that point, you're in a headlock, you're going to the ground, you're armed. Some crazy guy claiming to be a veteran, right, is saying that he's going to hit you, and he does hit you, and he closes the distance and follows you after you're walking away, by the way. Would you shoot? I see quite a bit of hands here. Now, what's important for you guys to understand is it doesn't matter the 2020 hindsight. It doesn't matter whether Joshua Love was armed or not. What matters is what was going through Chud's mind at the time that he pulled the trigger. Well, we know that he was going to the ground. We know that this guy walked up to him. We know that this guy struck him first. We know this guy said that he had PTSD and is crazy. This will lead you to believe this motherfucker's nuts. He's hitting me and he's following me. He has a right to defend himself. You have no duty to retreat. So we can sit here and say we don't like Chud the Builder. He's racist. He's a neo-Nazi, whatever. None of that is relevant. The question here is, did he act reasonable? And would a reasonable person shoot the shots that were shot given that they were in the same situation? Now, I'm not going to make you answer because I'm not going to try to make you, lose your argument or whatever. But I'd argue that a lot of people would probably shoot their gun met in a situation like that, especially where if you're in a headlock, that's a very precarious situation, a vulnerable position. You can, get your neck broken, you can get choked out, then you go unconscious, then what?
Let me know down below if you agree with Myron Gaines that if you were in exactly that same position, whether you would fire or not. Now, I remember there used to be a time when things like this would happen. There would be a shooting or whatever, and you would see in the news and there would be an actual real discussion. Like, what are the real facts? What actually happened? Maybe it wasn't all perfect, but that was more the general norm. And anymore, every time something like this happens, Chud the Builder, other cases, you just go through litany. I can't even think of all the names, but every time it's just politicized. Everything, it's, if it's a white guy, it's a black guy, like, it's racist. And granted, Chud the Builder ain't the brightest guy. He's an idiot, in a lot of ways. But I can't disagree in this position because you can say your speech, but if you get attacked and someone's attacking you, you have the right to defend yourself, regardless of whether you're a POS or not. Having said that, anytime you see on the news, the liberal media, this is what they do. They politicize it. They try to put their narrative on it. The same insanity with Carmelo Anthony, what they're doing right now. Like, they're trying to justify the woke racist narrative no matter what happens. Even when you can break down all the facts, just like Myron Gaines did right now, when you really look at it and you actually analyze it, you can see if you were in that position. If I was, I agree, I would shoot myself. But everywhere you see in the news, this isn't what you see. This isn't how they look at it. They're just going to try and spin it for some sort of an advantage, and it's going to be at the expense of people's lives. But this is how, as a society, you need to look at these things. If you're going to find and have real justice, you have to break down the real facts. You can't let your feelings get in the way. Otherwise, you end up like Chicago, LA, New York, all these cities that are just falling apart because people don't want to look at the facts. And especially even like this guy, this liberal, he might be questioning this, but so many of these people really don't understand violence. They don't understand how violence is so dangerous because they lived in such a padded society. They don't get it. They just don't get it. So when they look at policies and what to do, they've never been in a headlock. They've never been in a struggle. They don't know how to actually protect yourself. So it's the blind telling the capable how to act when they otherwise have no clue what they're talking about and are, being led by their emotions. You can't make sense of that, and you can't come to any policy solution. And in the end, more people just end up suffering because of all this nonsensical madness. But hit that like button and notification bell, and let's get back in.
I understand your point when you're talking about the firearm being discharged, the stressful situation, the character of, what was his name, Love or something?
Yeah, the guy that walked up to me.
I understand that. But on the preference of prove me wrong, as in did he do nothing wrong, or like he did nothing wrong, I would say he was still aggravating the other individual. The guy came up to him, said, "Oh, don't say I'm going to chimp out," and he went, "Are you going to chimp out?" That in its sense is aggravating the other person.
That does not justify the person to punch you in the face and take you to the ground and then follow you after you've walked away. If someone insulted you, right, and then punched you in the face, I would fight for your ability to punch that guy back in the face and defend yourself, up to and including deadly force if needed. And again, it comes down to reasonableness, and then did you have a reasonable fear that you were going to be the victim of serious bodily injury or death? It doesn't even have to be death. It could be serious bodily injury, which could be a broken bone, and you can justify use, deadly use of force. Now, the reason why he got arrested also is, let's be honest here, we live in a very polarized America when it comes to racial tensions. The DA's office doesn't want to have to deal with people burning down the city or whatever in a racially charged case.
I thought that I was going to be working for John Paul Jackson one day because the Lord told me I was going to be moving to Texas and doing something with Streams Ministries. Okay. And that did happen, but he died before I got to go down there, and I was grieved in the spirit because I knew people that worked with him, that were close friends with him and stuff, and I was like, one of these days they're gonna invite me down here, and that's my ticket. Yeah. Because I was minded like that. That's not it. I'm like, no, you do the hard work. Come on. You do the work, and you earn it, and God promotes you. And be thankful He doesn't promote you before you're ready. Wow. Because if
Oh, here we go. I found this to be interesting. Today, on my final day as Director of National Intelligence, I'm releasing never-before-seen communications and documents exposing how Dr. Fauci provided millions in taxpayer dollars to fund dangerous gain-of-function research at the Wuhan lab, worked at politicized elements within the intelligence community to suppress the truth of the actions and to hide the virus lab leak origins, and lied to Congress while under oath in 2024.
Before the COVID pandemic, Dr. Fauci, as head of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, provided millions in U.S. taxpayer dollars to fund dangerous gain-of-function research on bat coronaviruses at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Work which is now widely viewed as the source of the unintentional lab leak that sparked the pandemic. Now, in support of President Trump's maximum transparency mandate, today, on my final day as Director of National Intelligence, I'm releasing never-before-seen communications and documents that expose exactly how Fauci worked.
Fauci is pardoned by Biden? Well, who cares? Just unpardon him. What? What? You can't? Well, why not? Just do it anyway. Who gives a fuck?
With politicized career leadership in the intelligence community to suppress
Gotta
the
happen
truth
first
about
once, right?
his actions, the virus's lab leak origins, and his role in directing U.S. funding for this dangerous research that caused immeasurable harm and countless lost lives. Now, these documents expose Fauci's direct role in influencing and manipulating IC assessments on COVID-19 and how Fauci lied to Congress in 2024 when, under oath, he denied knowledge of or participation in discussions with intelligence officials about viral research. We also received testimony from multiple intelligence community whistleblowers who reported retaliation for challenging the intelligence community's manipulation of intelligence on the virus's origins. Once again, revealing a clear pattern of suppressing dissent, silencing critics, and burying the truth.
I wonder why.
Dr. Fauci's close relationships with the intelligence community enabled him to assume three key roles that shield him from scrutiny. First, Dr. Fauci funded dangerous gain-of-function coronavirus research linked to Big Pharma and their pursuit of universal vaccines worth trillions of dollars.
Wow.
Second, Dr. Fauci was the behind-the-scenes advisor who, alongside his hand-picked so-called experts, pushed the intelligence community to endorse a natural animal origin to hide his dangerous gain-of-function research that he funded using taxpayer dollars. All of this in a
That's fucking insane.
deliberate attempt to cover up the truth and shift the blame and attention away from Fauci's own actions. Third, Dr. Fauci became the nation's pandemic pundit, and he publicly pushed lies, disinformation, and censorship using every platform available.
And they also shut down and destroyed the lives and reputations of anybody who disagreed with it. That's the other really big important component, is that the COVID censorship can never be forgotten.
At Living Spaces, we combine fresh finishes with timeless designs in our dining collections, like our Gunther dining set for $6.95. We go directly to our trusted factory partners, so we can offer great quality at amazing prices. Find your inspiration and save.
Living Spaces.
I wanted something that I could start within the next few months. It was also local to me, and there weren't so many barriers to entries in terms of prerequisites that I had to take because I came from a psychology and studio art bachelor's. I feel like I've learned a lot about compliance, risk assessment, vulnerability assessment.
Now, according to hundreds of reviewed emails, which are included in this release, the intelligence community almost always incorporated Fauci's recommendations. He promoted a fraudulent paper whose publication he helped prompt as legitimate information for intelligence community consideration. Senior analysts praised Dr. Fauci not as a policymaker, but as what they called an unbiased guide to the real coronavirus experts, while deliberately ignoring experts who might dissent from Fauci's narratives.
Yep.
Now, Fauci didn't
Could
stop.
do a civil class action. Guys, the way I would solve this, people are, it's crazy how, I don't even know what to say.
Up there. He blatantly lied to Congress under oath during his 2024 testimony to the House Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic, denying that he ever spoke to any intelligence agency about COVID. Now, the correspondence I'm releasing today directly contradicts his sworn testimony. Now, we received statements from multiple whistleblowers revealing that the intelligence analysts who dared to challenge Dr. Fauci's COVID origin conclusions faced threats of retaliation, marginalization.
This happened to everybody. And they even tried to force this on social media platforms.
And many suffered career setbacks. For example, a contractor was terminated just days after coming forward to ODNI as a whistleblower. Another example, those who advocated for the lab leak hypothesis or expressed dissenting views were reminded by their managers that leadership would determine which analysts would be promoted and which would not.
Yeah.
The message was
Implicit
clear.
Threats.
Go along or be punished. Senior leaders also sought to undermine whistleblowers by removing anonymity, which is required in the whistleblower process, as they made their complaints.
Well, that's
and also
convenient.
insisting that their managers or attorneys be present during ODNI meetings where these whistleblowers were coming forward with their testimony, obviously creating an atmosphere of intimidation. The
I bet.
COVID pandemic caused tremendous hardship and pain for millions of our fellow Americans and countless people around the world. Now, after years of lies and censorship and cover-ups, the American people deserve transparency, truth, and accountability. The tactics that were used to hide the truth are straight from the deep state playbook. Politicized self-serving leaders like Dr. Fauci covered up their own wrongdoing and abuses of power, manipulated intelligence, lied to Congress, and undermined a due...
That's crazy. And people say, oh, well, they're pardoned, so you can't do anything about it. That is insane to me. What do you mean? What do you mean?
The elected president by restricting his access to the vital facts he needed to keep the country safe. It's time you know the truth.
Isn't that insane? Yeah, in 4 more years, we'll learn that some accidental ad leak wasn't an accident. Maybe. I don't think that we really know. Yeah, I have no idea at all. Let me guess, nobody's going to be arrested. Now we know why Biden pardoned them. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, you can always do something to counter, like, I don't know, like, I can't even say how you could undo that, right? But there are ways that you can undo that. It just involves being, like, that's it. This is also insane in hindsight. Yeah, let me see. It's an auto pen pardon? Well, I don't think you even need to think about that. Let me see this again.
To the kind of government censorship around stuff like this. And we produced all these documents, and it's all in the public domain. I mean, basically, these people from the Biden administration would call up our team and, like, scream at them and curse. And it's like, these documents it's all kind of out there.
Did you record any of those phone calls?
Seriously? I don't think we but I think
I want to listen.
I mean, there are emails. the emails are published. It's all kind of out there. And the
truth is,
and they're like, and basically it just got to this point where we were like, no, we're not gonna take down things that are true. That's ridiculous. They want us to take down this meme of Leonardo DiCaprio looking at a TV talking about how 10 years from now or something.
Imagine, bro. Imagine that's what the White House is calling you about. Delete the Leonardo DiCaprio meme. You can't really attack the pardons because that'd be a big bag of worms. You could attack President Biden's cognition instead. I'll pull you up because you're really you're not really. Do you think that the people that you disagree with would be willing to honor a pardon if they thought that pardon was unfair or problematic? Like, for example, do you think that they would respect a pardon on Donald Trump? Or do you think that they would ignore it and then just go after him anyway? No. Okay, so then why so how would it be opening a can of worms? If you acknowledge. So okay, so then why would it be opening a can of worms if even you acknowledge that they would not even listen to this in the first place? Just think about it. Can of worms? A bag of worms. Okay, give me Maddie's bathroom. 5 impeachment attempts? Yes, sure. I'm just saying, think about it. Okay, I'm back. Give me a minute. Excuse me. Okay.
Elementary.
Take what he's saying. I agree with you. Yeah, let me see what it says. I agree with you, but if we were to honor our legal process, that'd be a bag of worms. Well, why would you honor a process that the other people aren't honoring?
Team Mazda of El Cajon is bringing the heat. Drive the brand new, stylish 2026 Mazda 3. Lease for...
Unfortunately.
Stupendous!
Fascinating.
Ah. Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Brings a tear to the eye. Until next time.
We'll meet again.
Ah.
See ya.
Until next time, then.
The truth is near.
Seriously? Nope.
Hey, what's your game?
Oh, jeez. Seriously?
See you. Lobster!
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Seriously? Help me out here?
Whew.
Huh?
Blimey.
Oh, jeez.
If you agree with me that they would not honor the process and they would also do bad stuff, then I don't see why would you, like, if they're not doing it, like, I don't get it. They're saying something in the Constitution about races. You're right. He who fights fair dies first. There you go. There you go.
You know, you're gonna see an ad that says, okay, if you took a COVID vaccine, you're eligible for, for this kind of payment, like this sort of like class action lawsuit type meme.
He's never gonna get
like,
banned.
no, you have to take that down.
Just disagree.
We said no. We're not gonna take down humor and satire. We're not gonna take down things that are that are true.
Yeah.
And then at some point, I guess, I don't know, it flipped a bit. I mean, Biden, when he gave some statement at some point, I don't know if it was a press conference or to some journalists, where he basically was like, these guys are killing people. And I don't know, then like all these different agencies and branches of government basically just like started investigating and coming after our company. It was brutal.
That's right. That's what they do. Did you get censored back then? No, I never get censored. I always have I try to always have a very good finger on the pulse of like what's okay and what's not okay. And so I generally never go outside of that realm. Like, I don't go and try to start trouble or start drama or cause problems where I don't really think that it would be beneficial for me. But, yeah, that's really how I see it.
Hey!
This is also from Megseth. Okay, let me look at it. Yeah, so to me, that's it. You self-censored yourself. Yeah, I don't say things that will put me at risk. I don't do that. What is this?
As I told you, my 2019 resolution is to say things on air that I say off air. I don't think I've washed my hands for 10 years.
Man.
Truth is near.
Bro, see, yeah, bro.
Oh, bugger off.
We got the chuds in control now. Yeah.
We'll meet again.
I don't really wash my hands ever.
Help me!
No, I inoculate myself. It's just not, germs are not a real thing. I can't see them.
Yeah.
It's just not, germs are not a real thing. I can't see them. Therefore, they're not real.
So you're becoming
as I told you.
Yeah, bro, duh. Duh, bro, like, what do you mean? Asma loves them now? I loved them before, to be fair. But that's it. Yeah, see, as the strongest antibodies in the world, yeah, people don't understand. And that's it. Wash your hands in 10 years. People follow much disgusting to ask for more. That's exactly right, bro. This is, as I said, bro, it is the year of the chud, man. And I love to see this.
The first Final Fantasy in HD 2D. A mysterious warrior seeks to shatter the 8 crystals that sustain this world. You set out on a journey to protect the crystals. Explore fantastic lands. And overcome countless perils along the way. Final Fantasy Resonance.
Don't let heartburn get in the way of the food you love. Get fast, powerful relief with Tums. Every game's better when you love food back.
Today we'll be exploring some unsolved mysteries. But one thing that isn't a mystery is why we humans love fragrances so much. They don't only make us feel great and smell great, but certain aromas can bring back the best memories from times gone by. Every time I smell pineapple, for example, I'm immediately transported back to my days in Taiwan. All that's to say, fragrances are powerful and intriguing beasts, which is why I'm happy to introduce today's sponsor, Scentbird, the company that's reimagining everything about how we discover, shop for, and even experience fragrances. Scentbird lets you choose a new designer fragrance to try every month for just $17. With each fragrance, you'll get a 30-day supply in one of these well-made, travel-friendly vials, so you can try out fragrances before committing to a full bottle. First up, I chose the king of the men's fragrance world, Creed Aventus. This bad boy usually sets you back a few $100s for a full-size bottle, so Scentbird's an affordable and sensible way to enjoy these luxury brands. It's full of sophisticated, warming notes. Next, I got Yuso Vert Joga. Really fresh and floral. Just a perfect after-shower scent that's bound to turn some heads. Finally, Raw Spirit, Wildfire. It's a really seductive, exotic blend of jasmine petals, lang lang, cedarwood, Australian sandalwood, and musk. Just beautiful. Use my coupon code, LAZY, for 55% off at Scentbird. It's just a little over $7 for your first month. Available in the USA and Canada. Thank you, Scentbird, for the sponsor. Check out their links below. Cherished by millions around the globe, and still going strong to this day, Unsolved Mysteries is a TV show which explores all things cryptic and creepy. Since the show's first episode back in 1987, the various hosts have covered thousands of mysteries of every kind, from cold cases to unexplained paranormal phenomena. As time's passed, some of these mysteries have been solved, and some remain unanswered. Today, we'll be exploring some of the most unsettling stories covered by the show during its most classic era, including any details that have emerged since their segments aired. Beginning with this.
Tonight we have a case of the utmost urgency. Someone is murdering young women in the Midwest. The authorities need your help. Please, watch closely.
In the annals of true crime, some cases stand out as chilling reminders of the darkness that can lurk within society. One such case is that of the I-70 killer, named after the highway he terrorized. Over a 1-month period, in the spring of '92, this elusive and mysterious individual took the lives of at least 6 store clerks in the Midwestern United States. And hauntingly, not only was he still active when Unsolved Mysteries were making their report about him, but it appears as if he went on to take even more lives after his episode aired. I-70's spree began on April 8, 1992, when, at approximately 1:30 p.m., he walked into a footwear store in Indianapolis and mowed down the 26-year-old manager, Robin Fuldawa, in one of the back rooms. She had been working the quiet afternoon shift alone, and her body wasn't discovered until 3 p.m., by which point the perpetrator was long gone. He had stolen $100 from the register. But money wasn't what motivated this guy. And, as the investigators would soon come to learn, I-70 was what's known as a thrill killer. A twisted sicko who takes lives just for the fun of it. Only 3 days later, on April 11th, I-70 struck again, this time claiming the lives of 2 victims inside a bridal shop in Wichita. Patricia Majors, 32, and Patricia Smith, 23. The pair had stuck around past the store's usual closing time of 6 p.m, waiting for a customer to come and pick up an item. However, the next figure to walk through the doors wasn't the customer they were expecting. It was I-70. He forced them both into one of the back rooms, and, with the same semi-auto pistol he had used to end Robin's life, fired a shot into each of their temples.
Hi, my name is Tami, and I would like to give you a few reasons why you should consider dating a young Asian lady. You can choose a potential spouse from Vietnam.
Before he could flee the scene, however, the actual customer with an appointment arrived to pick up his item, and inadvertently came face to face with the murderer. I-70 took aim at this gentleman and ordered him into the same back room. Knowing full well what would happen if he complied, the customer said, "I didn't see nothing, man. I don't know nothing that's going on here. I just want to go home." For reasons yet to be explained, I-70 let this witness walk away, even though he had seen his face. The customer was so shaken up by this encounter that he didn't call the authorities until over an hour later. He was able to describe the man that he had encountered though, and these eerie composites were drawn up. The suspect was in his 20s or 30s, stood between 5 feet 7 inches and 5 feet 9 inches tall, and weighed approximately 170 pounds. He had reddish or sandy coloured hair, a high forehead, and droopy or lazy eyelids. Despite having a clear description of the perp, the authorities were unable to catch him before he struck again on April 27th. This time, the victim was 40-year-old Michael McCown. Michael had his back turned when I-70 entered his mother's ceramic shop in Terre Haute, Indiana. It's believed the killer selected the store based on its name, Sylvia's Ceramics, and that Michael's mother was the intended target. Given that his past 3 victims were female, and he let a male witness walk free, it's suspected that, for whatever reason, he only wanted harm to come to women. Unfortunately for Michael, he wore his hair in a ponytail, and perhaps mistaking him for the store's female owner, I-70 fired a shot into the back of his head. The killer no doubt realized his mistake though, as he bent down to steal Michael's wallet before escaping unseen. Michael was the only target not to be led into a back room before being dispatched of. Given that each of these incidents occurred in a separate state, it appeared at first glance that these slayings weren't connected. That is, until you consider that they all took place just off Interstate 70. The perpetrator's MO was similar in each of these cases too, and crucially, ballistics linked the same weapon to each incident. It was crystal clear to investigators that they had a serial killer on their hands, one with a short cooling off period. May 3rd. Another day, another victim. This time, 24-year-old Nancy Kitzmiller. Nancy was working alone at the Boot Village footwear store in St. Charles, Missouri. She wasn't meant to be at the store that afternoon, but being the kind soul she was, she had agreed to fill in for a co-worker who wanted to take the day off. A lucky escape for the co-worker, but not for Nancy. She opened up the store at noon and was found dead at 2:30 p.m. with a hole in the back of her head. Nobody heard the shots, but a witness did see Nancy chatting with a customer who matched I-70's description mere minutes before her end. On May 7th, 37-year-old Sarah Blessing was working a solo shift at a boutique in the Woodson Village Shopping Center, Raytown, Missouri. At approximately 6:30 p.m., nearby shoppers and clerks heard loud pops ring out from inside her store. The owner of the adjacent video rental ran over to investigate and saw a shady man quickly exiting the boutique. When he went to check on Nancy inside, he found her lifeless body in one of the back rooms. As he ran to call for help, a grocery store clerk saw the shady figure sneak up an incline to an Interstate 70 access road before disappearing from view entirely. She and several other witnesses had noticed that same stranger acting weirdly moments before they heard the shots ring out from inside the boutique. Apparently, he had been walking around the parking lot in what appeared to be a trance-like state. They described him as clean-cut and well-dressed. It's strongly believed that as Unsolved Mysteries were filming these reconstructions for their segment on the I-70 killer, he continued to indulge in his twisted hobby, taking his rampage down to Texas. He's since been linked to the slayings of 2 women in 1993. 51-year-old Mary Ann Glasscock, who was cut down on September 25th in Fort Worth, and 22-year-old Amy Bess, who was slain in Arlington on November 1st. Both women's lives were ended inside their respective stores just off Interstate 35, both in the back rooms. Sadly for Amy, she wasn't even meant to be at work that day. She had agreed to come in on a day off and help out, a decision which, unfortunately, proved fatal. After receiving 2 rounds to the head, she still managed to crawl to the phone and call for help, though the operator on the other end of the line couldn't understand what she was trying to say. In January of 1994, just a few months before Unsolved Mysteries aired their episode on I-70, he was linked to one more incident.
At Living Spaces, we combine sophistication and function in designs that offer exceptional value, like the Sawyer nightstand for just $295. We work directly with trusted factory partners so we can see our concepts come to life for less. Find your inspiration and save.
Living Spaces.
Still dealing with moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms despite treatment? Put them in check with Rinvoq. Rinvoq works differently and it's a once-daily pill.
When symptoms tried to take control, I got rapid relief and significantly reduced fatigue. Check.
Rinvoq helped visibly repair my intestinal lining. Check.
And when flares tried to slow me down, I got lasting steroid-free remission with Rinvoq. Check.
Rapid symptom relief, visible repair of the intestinal lining.
And lasting steroid-free remission. Check, check, and check.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin. Serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occurred. CV event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events, infection, Hep B or C, smoked, are pregnant, or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Put Crohn's in check and keep it there with Rinvoq.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Rinvoq and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
The attempted slaying of 35-year-old Vicky Webb. She was shot in the back of the head at the Alternatives gift shop in Houston. Amazingly, the round didn't penetrate her skull, and instead lodged between the second and third vertebrae at the bottom of her head. Vicky collapsed to the ground and played dead, hoping that the man would just leave the store. He did, but then returned again and placed the pistol against Vicky's forehead. He pulled the trigger. Unbelievably, his .22 jammed. The man let out an audible laugh and fled the scene before anyone could get a look at him. Lady Luck had truly smiled upon Vicky that day. The only reason she had survived was because of an anatomical quirk which she was completely unaware of: her abnormally large spinal column. She went on to make a full recovery, and given that she chatted with the perp for a short time before the incident, she was able to give a detailed description of his appearance. According to Vicky, he was gaunt and weathered looking, and walked bow-legged. When she was shown this composite of I-70, she immediately recognized him as the man who had tried to take her life. Unsolved Mysteries report on the I-70 killer first aired on May 4th, 1994, with Robert Stack appealing for information that might lead to his capture. This appeal, however, was ultimately unsuccessful, and to this day, this elusive figure's identity remains unknown. But even more chilling than the thought that he was never caught is the thought that he watched that very episode of Unsolved Mysteries and felt inspired to continue his reign of terror. In November 2001, more than 7 years since he had last struck, Terre Haute authorities announced that the I-70 killer was a possible suspect in the slaying of 31-year-old Billy Brossman. Billy had been working alone at his store when his life was cruelly snuffed out. Security footage showed a customer entering the store before producing a .22 and leading Billy into a back room. Could this man be the I-70 menace, caught on camera for the first and last time? This perp's modus operandi was identical to that of I-70's, and Billy's store was located just 7 blocks from where Michael McCown was slaughtered. It does seem unusual that I-70 would take a 7-year break, especially given that his attacks in the 90s had taken place in such quick succession. But then again, it also seems odd that he would just end his rampage so abruptly and never strike again. As stated by Detective Rich Plummer in the Unsolved Mysteries segment,
"It's important for the audience to know that a serial killer never stops. They may stop for a period of time, but they never stop completely, and they will always start up again."
Perhaps the fact that his previous victim Vicky had survived scared I-70 off for a time. Perhaps he thought that featuring on Unsolved Mysteries would draw too much unwanted attention. Perhaps he really did try to suppress his urge to kill, and in 2001, that urge grew too strong to ignore. Or perhaps his spree never truly ended, and he simply changed hunting grounds. As the years have turned into decades, the case has only grown colder and colder, but the memories of the I-70 Slayer's actions still live on. Today, 29 years after his segment aired on Unsolved Mysteries, and 31 years since he claimed his first victim, I-70 is still a wanted man. These age-progressed composites of the suspect were recently released to the public in an effort to finally bring him to justice. And, just last year, all of the agencies involved in the investigation sent pieces of evidence away for DNA testing using modern technology. As it stands right now, though, this hasn't resulted in any breakthroughs. Christine Skubish was a 33-year-old mother who lived in Sacramento, California, with her 3-year-old son, Nick. For young Christine, the future looked bright. Not only had she just earned her paralegal certification and was about to begin a new and exciting career, but she was also getting ready to marry Nick's father in the coming months. At midnight on June 5th, 1994, both she and Nick embarked on a fateful journey along Highway 50 in the Sierra Nevada mountain range. Their destination? Carson City, Nevada, roughly a 3-hour drive away. Christine had arranged to spend a few days there at a friend's house. Unfortunately, she never made it. On June 8th, Christine's stepfather, Dave, received a call from that very same friend. She explained that Christine and Nick were meant to arrive in Carson on Monday, but that it was now Wednesday, and nobody had heard from them. Dave phoned all of the hospitals within driving distance, but neither the mother nor the young son had been admitted to any of them. Presuming that they had crashed at some point along the highway, Dave reported Christine and Nick missing. If they were in need of rescue, it was imperative that they be found as soon as possible. If left to the elements, they wouldn't last long. The days in California were blisteringly hot that time of year, and the nights dark and cold. Despite patrolling the entirety of the highway Christine would have taken to reach Carson, deputies couldn't find her vehicle anywhere, nor any signs of a crash. It was as if Christine and Nick had fallen off the face of the earth. After 2 days of fruitless searching, the investigators received a tip from a woman named Deborah Hoyt. Deborah and her husband had been driving along Highway 50 late on Friday night when they saw something laying on the side of the road. She was positioned on her side, facing towards the couple. Her long legs were slightly bent at the knees. One of her arms was resting underneath her head. The other left to the elements.
Okay, I just bought these headphones that are not designed for gaming. They were...
And they wouldn't last long. The days in California were blisteringly hot that time of year, and the nights dark and cold.
Yeah, we're known for our world-class Mediterranean wines. But we're a long way from Europe. This is Southern California's wine country. Temecula wines. Take note.
Despite patrolling the entirety of the highway Christine would have taken to reach Carson, deputies couldn't find her vehicle anywhere, nor any signs of a crash. It was as if Christine and Nick had fallen off the face of the earth. After 2 days of fruitless searching, the investigators received a tip from a woman named Deborah Hoyt. Deborah and her husband had been driving along Highway 50 late on Friday night when they saw something laying on the side of the road. The body of a dead woman. She was positioned on her side, facing towards the couple. Her long legs were slightly bent at the knees. One of her arms was resting underneath her head, the other on top of it. She appeared to be covered in blood, and, strangely, wasn't wearing any clothes whatsoever. Fearing that this was some kind of trap, and that other individuals were hiding in the bushes, waiting to hijack a Good Samaritan's vehicle, Deborah and her husband didn't stop to investigate, and instead continued until they reached a payphone. 2 police cruisers were immediately dispatched to where Deborah had seen the lifeless woman, a stretch of road called Bullion Bend, just outside of Pollock Pines. But to the officers' confusion, they found no woman, alive or dead, anywhere. When news of this report reached the Skubish family the next morning, they began suspecting that the body may have belonged to Christine. Her fiancé and parents urged detectives to investigate further, and Deputy Rich Strasser agreed to return to Highway 50 and conduct a more thorough search. With daylight now on his side, it didn't take him long to find an ominous clue by Highway Post 16. A child's black tennis shoe, resting on the road next to a steep 40-foot embankment. Realizing that this was a particularly treacherous turn, Strasser went with his gut and peered over the ledge. At the bottom of the steep ravine, hidden from sight, was Christine's wrecked vehicle. It had clearly flown off the road at a great speed and struck several trees on its descent. The entire top of the vehicle had been ripped off. Strasser rushed to the bottom and peered inside the car.